Okay, everyone. I just want to welcome everyone here tonight for our regular board meeting on March 11th. I, Antonio Martinez, the president of the governing board, call this regular board meeting of the San Ysidro School District to order at 5:01 p.m. I'd like to ask that all members of the board to mute their devices at this time. Trustees of the San Ysidro School Board and the public shall participate in this meeting via teleconference. The public may view this meeting by accessing the YouTube link provided on the agenda. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make an audio recording available upon request to the district office. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953 and Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20. Dr. Potter, as our superintendent and secretary of the board, can you please conduct roll call for this meeting, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Conducting roll call for agenda item number 2, beginning with board member Irene Lopez.
Present.
Board member Humberto Gurmilan.
Present.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Present.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Here.
And board president Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Mr. President, all 5 board members are here.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. I'd like to now request that each board member respond to the following questions. We're going to start with Mrs. Irene Lopez. Mrs. Lopez, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
And were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
Yes,
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
yes, I do, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. We're going to move on to Mr. Gurmilan. Mr. Gurmilan, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
And were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
I could.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurmilan. Mrs. Palasigue, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Palasigue. Mr. Lopez, can you hear me well?
I can.
And were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
I could.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. We're going to move on to number 3, which is approving the agenda. I do have following corrections to make on the agenda. I'm going to have 3 actually. We're going to start with agenda item 13.2, which is changing the recommendation to, quote, authorize the launch of phase 3 hybrid learning programs and expanded specialized cohorts, either the week of April 5th or April 12th, depending on state guidelines for reopening schools, financial resources, and staffing availability, end quote. That's the first change. The second change is agenda item 13.7, which is delete revised administration regulation 3350 and include revised board policy and administrative regulation 3530. And the last correction is I'm going to table action item 13.22. With those modifications, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
I make the approval.
Okay, I heard Mrs. Palasigue first and Mrs. Lopez second. Do we have further discussion or more corrections? Okay,
What was
hearing.
Mr. Martinez, can you repeat the first change for me?
Yeah, the first change is to authorize the launch of phase 3 hybrid learning programs and expanded specialized cohorts, either the week of April 5th or April 12th, depending on state guidelines for reopening schools, financial resources, and staffing availability.
Okay.
Okay. So with that in mind, do we have a motion to, actually, we do have a motion. We have a second. Dr. Potter, can you do roll call vote, please?
Calling for the roll call vote to approve the amended agenda with agenda item 13.22 tabled, beginning with board member Irene Lopez.
Yes,
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Aye.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. Okay, we're going to move on to public comment communication on closed session items. Mr. Mata, as our public relations coordinator, do we have any public comment on closed session items?
Good evening, Mr. President, Governing Board, Superintendent, Cabinet, and listeners. We do not have any public comment for closed session, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. And on that note, I'd like to entertain a motion to recess into closed session in accordance with section 54954.5 regarding 5.1, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, 5.2, conference with legal counsel pending litigation, 5.3, government code section 54957, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, and reassignment, and 5.4, government code section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiators. Do I have a motion to recess?
So moved, Mr. President.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Gurmilan, second by Mrs. Lopez. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you do roll call vote to vote to recess in a closed session at 5:07 p.m.
Calling for the roll call vote, beginning with Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes,
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
thank you. And we will be recessing to closed session at 5:07 p.m. and we'll see everyone soon.
Damn, you guys are fast. You got here way faster than I can.
Okay, we're gonna wait a little bit until Dr. Potter comes in. I think we're also missing Leah and Irene. We'll wait a little bit. Okay, I think for the most part, I think we're all here. I see Dr. Potter, Mr. Gurmilan, Mrs. Palasigue, Mr. Lopez. I think we're missing Mrs. Lopez.
That's also my count, Mr. President.
Okay. It's 6:05, so I'm gonna wait one more minute and then we'll get started. I don't know if somebody can reach out to Mrs. Lopez. I don't know if she's having trouble logging in.
Miss Monica, would you mind to call her?
Yes, I will call her, Dr. Potter.
Thank you so much. And then let Mr. Lewis know if she needs tech support.
Okay, I will.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I'm gonna get started, and when Ms. Lopez obviously arrives, we'll we'll indicate the time that she's arrived at the meeting. So I'd like us to reconvene into open session from closed session at 6:06 p.m. I, Antonio Martinez, President of the Governing Board, call this regular board meeting of the San Isidro School District to order. I'd like to ask that all members of the board mute their devices at this time. Trustees of the San Isidro School Board and the public shall participate in this meeting via teleconference. The public may view this meeting by accessing the YouTube link provided on the agenda. To listen to this meeting in Spanish, please call 414-909-3640 and enter the access code 897-832-423#. Para escuchar esta junta en español, por favor llame al 414-909-3640 y ingrese el código de acceso 897-832-423, signo de gato. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The district will also make an audio recording available upon request to the district office. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear, and for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this governing board meeting is conducted pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953 and Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20. I will now ask our attorney, Mr. Sanchez, to report our action taken in closed session.
Yes, thank you, Board President. In closed session, the board approved a settlement agreement in Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 20201-20351. The motion was made by Board Member Gormilan, seconded by Board Member Palasigue, with 5 votes in favor and 0 votes against. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. So we're going to move on to roll call. And Dr. Potter, as our superintendent secretary to the board, can you please conduct roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr. President. Conducting the roll call vote, agenda item number 7, beginning with Board Member Irene Lopez
Yes.
and Board Member Humberto Gormilan
Yes, here.
and Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Here.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Mr. President, all 5 board members are here.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We do have a quorum. Now I'd like to request that each board member respond to the following questions. We're going to start with board member Mrs. Lopez. Mrs. Lopez, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
And were you able to hear proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes, I do, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Mr. Gurmilan, can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
And do you have were you able to hear proceedings on this end until now?
Yes,
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gurmilan. Mrs. Palasigue, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
And were you able to hear proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Palasigue. Mr. Lopez, can you hear me well?
I can.
And were you able to hear proceedings on this end until now?
I could.
And do you have a copy of the agenda for this meeting?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Now, before we begin with our flag salute, I just want to let everybody know that today marks the 1-year anniversary for our country being put in shutdown because of the pandemic. Nearly 530,000 Americans have lost their lives because of COVID-19. So I just want to take the time today to honor all those who we've lost and to honor the family members who've lost loved ones, and then honor those that are still sick with a moment of silence. So I just want to do a quick moment of silence for all those who we have lost, and that we obviously we honor them, we remember them, and hopefully, in God's favor, we move forward and into safety soon. But just a quick moment of silence. Okay, we're going to move on to our flag salute. Now, we have a very special guest here today, and I am honored to introduce our special guest, Vista Del Mar Middle School student Kiara Denton Garcia. She will be doing our flag salute today. She'll be leading us in our flag salute. And so we're going to be displaying a flag on the screen, and I would like to ask those in the meeting, including other board members, to mute to avoid feedback during the salute. And I want to introduce Kiara, who's here with us tonight, who will begin and lead us in our flag salute.
¿Por qué le quitaste? I pledge of allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for everything
Justice.
with liberty and justice for all. To the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
President Martinez, she is from Ocean View Hills too.
Oh,
just a side note.
fantastic. Okay. Well, I want to thank Kiara for that wonderful flag salute, and thank her and her family for joining us tonight. So so thank you, Kiara. We're gonna go to number 9, which is board recognitions, distinguished champion awards. Very happy to see this back. It's been a while, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Mata, who will begin our board recognition Distinguished Champion Awards, and he'll facilitate this. I know we're on number 9, so Mr. Mata, can you introduce everyone?
Thank you, Board President Martinez. Good evening, everybody, once again. And yes, it is an honor to represent the governing board in the Distinguished Champion Awards that we've had. And it's an opportunity for us to recognize our students who have gone over and beyond and for their achievements, and also staff and community members. Today, we have some very distinguished champion students that we'd like to introduce and recognize. I'd like to bring out, please, Principal Consuelo Carranza from Ocean View Hills to start the process.
Good evening, Dr. Potter, board members, cabinet members, and families. Thank you for this great honor of recognizing our 4th graders from Mr. Arcadia's and Mr. Chasencramp's classes as distinguished champions. We are very proud of them, and you are definitely in for a treat. I want to introduce Ms. Aguayo, who was Mr. Chasencramp's student teacher and who helped our students with their presentations. She will now give a brief description of the project and introduce our students. Thank you. Here is Ms. Aguayo.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Potter, board members, cabinet members, and guests. My name is Rebecca Aguayo, and it is a pleasure to have the opportunity for our students to share their speeches from their famous Californian project. This project entailed that students select and researched a famous Californian of their choice. They were then required to create a Google slide presentation, which included their research information. After that, they were responsible for composing and memorizing a speech written in first person and creating a costume that matched their famous Californian. The culminating activity for this project was that students present their speeches for their classmates and for open house. What you will see here today is a reflection of 3 weeks of hard work. Within our student presenters, you will see English only, dual language, and English language learner students. With that being said, I would like to introduce our first student presenter, Nicholas Alston, who is representing Mr. Tony Gwynn.
Hello, Nicholas. Welcome to our board meeting. We're so excited to have you join us. All you have to do is unmute and then you can begin. There you go.
I am going to share a few facts about myself with you today. I was born in Los Angeles, California on May 9, 1960. The biggest obstacle I had to face was when I found out I had cancer, and my success was when I became one of the greatest hitters in the history of baseball. The historical event that influenced me was when I met the Hall of Famer, Ted Williams. People remembered me for my character and goodness, and I was an ambassador, not just for the game of baseball, but for the community at large. Another significant fact about me is that I was married to Alicia Gwynn, and we had 2 children, Tony Gwynn Jr. and Anisha Nicole. I am well known for this saying. People can say what they want to say about me. I know I've never driven in a lot of runs. That stat has never been that important to me. But who in this league is better at putting the bat on the ball? Nobody. I hope you've learned something about me and my life. Thank you for listening to me today.
Very, very nice, Tony Gwynn. Very nice, Tony Gwynn.
Okay, our second presenter is Martin Orozco, who is representing Tom Hanks.
Mr. Hanks, you're ready to come on anytime you're ready. We're ready.
Hi, my name is Tom Thanks, and today I'm going to share a few facts about myself with you today. I was born in Carter, California, on July 9, 1956. One of my successes was that I won an Oscar for being the best actor in 1993 to 1994. I moved to New York and performed in Boston Buddies. I was in an inspiring video in 2005. Another significant fact about me is that people call me honestly because I am related to him. I am well known for saying, if it wasn't hard, everyone would do it. I hope you learned something about me and my life. Thank you for listening to me today.
Way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Hanks.
Awesome.
That was awesome. Our next presenter is Oscar Zuniga, who is representing Oscar de la Hoya.
Anytime you're ready, champ. Go ahead and unmute yourself, champ, so we can hear you. Turn your microphone on, champ, and then we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Oscar de la Hoya, and I'm going to share a few facts about me with you today. I born on February 4, 1973. One of my successes is that I'm the only American boxer to win a medal gold in the Olympic Games. An historical event that influenced me is when my dad took me to see professional boxing fights. My positive contribution to the world is that I established the Oscar de la Hoya Foundation to help in education and health. Another significant fact about me is that I released an album as a singer, and I am well known for saying, everything I have in this world, I own it to boxing, and I will never forget it. Thank you.
Woohoo!
Thank you, champ. Thank you.
That was awesome, Oscar. Last but not least, we have our final presenter. This is Kiara Denton Garcia. She will be presenting her speech in both Spanish and English. She is representing Vice President Kamala Harris.
Ooh. Wow.
Mr. Mata, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I don't see Yara Denton in the waiting room.
Oh, we're waiting for the vice president to speak. Let's see. I don't know if maybe we can reach out to her, Miss Aguayo. Yeah, maybe we can.
I'll message her mom.
Okay, maybe we just lost connection with her.
As we're waiting, I just want to congratulate Ms. Aguayo and Mrs. Carranza for this wonderful presentation for us. Frankly, it's been, I think, a little while since we had distinguished champions, so it's just a pleasure to see the great work that our team is doing and our students are doing, and just fantastic to hear what this beautiful presentation. So just congratulations and thank you for this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mata, I do see Kiara logging in now. I'm going to be admitting her.
Great, thank you.
Spanish and English.
You want to push it right too?
Vice President Harris, we're ready for you anytime you are.
Okay. Hello. Hello, my name is Kamala Harris, and today I will be sharing a few facts with you today. Drums, please. I was born October 20th, 1964 in Oakland, California. In my childhood, white kids didn't want to play with me for being a non-white person. My father was taught at Stanford University, and my mom was from India and was a breast cancer researcher. I became the first woman of African descent and of Indian to access the country's vice presidency. I have big achievements throughout my life. I was a deputy, becoming district attorney in 2003. Me, my mother, and my sister fought for civil rights of non-white people and made things equal. I have had an outstanding career within the American justice system. I am well known for saying I was raised by a mother who said to me all the time, Kamala, you may be the first to do many things, make sure you're not the last. With this phrase from my mother, I say goodbye, and I hope you have learned something about me and my life. Thank you and have a nice day. The first female vice president of the United States of America says goodbye. I hope you'll learn something about me and my life. Thank you for listening to me today.
Fantastic, beautiful, I love it.
Hola, mi nombre es Kamala Harris y hoy voy a compartir con ustedes algunos datos sobre mí. Tambores, por favor. Yo nací el 20 de octubre de 1964 en Oakland, California. En mi niñez, los niños blancos no querían jugar conmigo por ser una persona no blanca. Mi padre era jamaiquino y enseñó en la Universidad de Stanford. Mi madre era de la India y era investigadora del cáncer de mama. Me convertí en la primera mujer afrodescendiente india en acceder a la vicepresidencia del país. Tuve grandes logros a lo largo de mi vida. Fui diputada y me convertí en fiscal de distrito en 2003. Mi madre, mi hermana y yo luchamos por los derechos civiles de las personas que no eran blancas e hicimos las cosas iguales. He tenido una carrera destacada dentro del sistema de justicia estadounidense. Soy bien conocida por decir, fui criada por una mamá que me decía todo el tiempo, Kamala, puedes ser la primera en hacer muchas cosas. Asegúrate de que no ser la última. Con esta frase de mi madre, me despido y espero que hayan aprendido algo sobre mí y mi vida. Gracias por escucharme hoy. Gracias y que tengas un lindo día. Se despide la primera mujer vicepresidenta de Estados Unidos de América. Adiós.
Thank you, Vice President Harris. Muchas gracias, Vicepresidente Harris. Muchas gracias.
Wow.
And just to let everybody know,
You're a
they will be-
natural.
yeah,
Definitely.
each student will be receiving a trophy to commemorate their recognition as a distinguished champion. And we'd like to thank them and Principal Carranza Ms. Arguello, thank you so much for that great presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ms. Aguayo. Thank you,
The
students.
opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for making this
Great.
presentation come before
Thank you,
us.
thank you.
So beautiful.
That was very good. Thank you all to all the students. Well-deserved recognition from our governing board. Well-deserved. And now we'll move on to our next presenters. I'd like to ask Miss Irene Herrera Ceballos to please come in from Vista del Mar, principal at Vista del Mar. Miguel, is Principal Herrera Ceballos available?
Mr. Mata, it looks like she got disconnected. I believe she'll be logging on shortly.
There she is. Great. We turn on her mic. We turn on the mic, and then we're ready to go.
Sorry about that. Okay, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to honor these three outstanding Vista Del Mar Middle School Sharks. These three students were nominated by their peers at the beginning of the year to provide student voice on our school site council. I believe they do their job very well. They ask questions, provide feedback, and have contributed in a positive way. One of them is even our school site council president, and she has the gavel to prove it. I would like to also mention that all three made the principal's honor roll for first semester, which means they each have a 4.0 GPA. I am very proud to introduce our three student representatives on BDM School Site Council. Isabel Cruz, 7th grade, Nathan Pingon, 7th grade, and last but not least, our Honorable School Site Council President, Emma Martinez, 8th grade. Congratulations and go Sharks.
Thank you, Principal Herrera Ceballos. Congratulations, Ms. Martinez, Ms. Pigeon, Nathan Pigeon, and Ms. Isabel Cruz. Can we see you? Can we have a big wave? There we go. There we go. There we go.
Mr. Mata, do they want to say anything?
Please feel free. Would you like to say anything? Just turn your mic on.
Maybe one at a time.
Mr. Nathan, let's get the ladies first. Ms. Emma Martinez, would you like to say something?
Yep. Hi, and it's been really nice being able to have this experience, and I'm learning a lot, and yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations. Ms. Isabel, yes. Ms. Isabel Cruz, would you like to say anything?
I don't have anything to say, but thank you.
Well, congratulations for the well-deserved honor. Mr. Nathan, would you like to say anything?
It's been so fun, and I think it's definitely going to be a learning experience. I'm very glad to be here.
Thank you to our students. Just to let you know, you will each receive a trophy you can pick up at the school for your Distinguished Champion Award. It'll be at your school. Your principals will give you all the information. But Mr. President and Superintendent and Governing Board, I don't know if you have any final words.
You know, I do. I just want to congratulate Emma, Nathan, and Isabel for your leadership. Thank you so much for taking this on. It's not easy being any governing board, and I can say that for a fact, but you guys are doing an excellent job, and just congratulations and well-deserved.
Thank you for your courageous leadership, team. You guys are going to be board members and leaders and CEOs and all of the above one day. And this is a great opportunity for you to learn how to make your voice heard, make your opinion count, and to lead others to be just as courageous. Congratulations on your leadership.
I want to congratulate Emma, Nathan, and Isabel. Remember, when you enter the high school, this is another reason why it's good for you to be part of this, because you learn. And you know what? What do you think? University and colleges look to see if you're in the student government, if you're involved, that gives you an opportunity. So learn what you can and remember it, that you were given this opportunity, and take advantage. Show what you can do. And I know that you do a good job, and I hope that you continue. Thank you for doing this for your students and for your co-persons at school. So good luck and stay ahead and take care.
I just want to say good job, everybody. I'm just glad you're not old enough to take our jobs. Great job.
Emma, Nathan, and Isabel. Hi, I'm Superintendent Potter. Just want to say, way to go for being the leaders there at Vista Del Mar Middle. Our school district could not be more proud of you, and we're so excited because in the future, you'll be our county, state, and national leaders. So keep up the great work, and thanks for taking such good care of your middle school.
Any other comments, Superintendent, Board? Well,
Again, I just want to thank everyone for having distinguished champions again. Obviously, Mrs. Ceballos, thank you for being here today as well. Thank you for your leadership. I'm hoping now we can have distinguished champions every month, but just really thank you, and just congratulations to everyone who was here, and it was just, I love it. Thank you.
And with that final word, I'd like to again extend congratulations to all the students that were recognized today from Ocean View Hills and Vista del Mar. Thank you for being here, and fight on, fight on. Thank you very much. And that concludes the presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. Okay, we're going to go to number 10, which is public communications on open session items. Mr. Mata, do we have any public comment communications on open session items?
Mr. President, we do not have any public comments in the open session.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mata. Okay, we're gonna we're gonna move on to number 11, which is items from the board and the superintendent. I'm gonna first start with Mrs. Lopez.
Well, just want to look because I was absent on some of the events with my calendar, and I'm sorry. I apologize to the schools, but I know that there's a lot of good things coming forward, and working together, understanding and working as a community and as board members, we're trying to do as much as we can, the best way we can. So I want to give you thanks for all the work that you do, starting with the schools, the staff, our maintenance, our custodians, our people in the cafeteria that continue serving our community, and also the district office, our secretaries, our clerks, all of our accounting department, Marilyn, Dr. Potter's office, for all the communication, all the work that they do. It's not easy. And I know right now that we're so excited in being able to actually feel a little more, I think, stronger with this COVID, that we're being protected, hopefully with this vaccinations that we're receiving, we'll be able to have everybody on board and with the vaccination, real important, but believing in that we need to respect each other and actually still wear a mask and keep washing our hands and sanitizing around, but together as people, we need to see that and continue. And I also want to thank the children that were presented to us today. I think it's a good opportunity because we never forget you. We know that you're striving, and also there's a lot of things that need to change and help us in the way, but together we can, listening and helping each other and understanding each other. I think it's the best important way we can do it. So thank you all for all the supportive work that you do, for all the hours that you spend bringing us all this information and reports. And so we'll continue supporting and working together. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Mr. Gurminan, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Good evening, everybody. A couple of things that I just wanted to share. First off, I'm really thankful for everyone's work in the district, getting through, continuing to work really hard. I want to thank the students again. It's really nice to see students again in our meetings. I know it's not easy I know you've been doing virtual for a while, but I know it's not easy to do virtual performance and really, speak at a meeting like this. So I really, really, really congratulate everybody that was here today. I want to take a quick moment, and I've always, felt the same way, but I'm really grateful for the work that our administration and both of our unions are doing to negotiate, to work together, to make sure that we can continue to get through this very challenging year that we've had. Specifically, I want to thank SYEA leadership, SYEA leadership for continuing, like I said, to work, and hopefully we'll be able to, in the near future, transition from where we are to where we're going, and hopefully eventually getting our students back 100% to schools, maybe in the fall or in the future. We don't know yet, but I think that's the ultimate goal. It's a huge shift. We've been at this for a year, and I know it's been difficult, and it's going to be even a bigger challenge to get back. But I think we can do it together. We've been saying it together. We've been working through this together as a board, as a community, parents, students. Everybody's been pulling through, and I'm really, really excited for the work and collaboration that's been going on over the past year and more recently. And I'm excited to see where we're going to go in the next few months as we get back to hopefully a more normal situation. I do want to share real quick that I was fortunate enough to be able to receive my first dose of the vaccine through the County of San Diego. So I'm hopeful as well with that we're going to get back to a more normal situation sooner than later. It was painless. I did have a little bit of a pain in my shoulder for a little while, but it was quick, easy, and I hope that everybody that wishes to get the vaccine and wants to get it are getting it, because that's going to help us out. I'll let you know, I have my second dose on the 28th. So I'm excited for that. And just to protect myself, to protect those around me. And hopefully I, as a professor, as a teacher, I want to get back to Southwestern College and City College and teach and see my students in person. I can't wait till we do that. So I just want to let everybody know that, I'm doing my part, because I want to get back into the classroom hopefully as soon as possible. That's as much as I wanted to share. I could go on and on and on, because I'm really excited as to where we're going. And we have a lot of challenges that we're going to be facing as we try to get back into the classroom, into a more normal situation in the fall. But I think that's stuff that we can talk about it eventually. But I'm just really excited where we are as a district. I'm really excited for the hard work and collaboration that's going on, and seeing where we are. Just, like Mr. Martinez said, it's been a year. And just to think that just a year ago, we were, kind of shell shocked and retreating into our homes and really filled with uncertainty and doubt and where we're going, how are we going to do this? I think we're not out of the woods, obviously, and I'm not going to minimize, because a lot of people are still going through hardship, and there's still going to be a lot of people that are going to go through difficult situations. But I think we see light at the end of the tunnel. We're just going to keep holding on to each other. To go back to that metaphor analogy of we're going through the storm, I think we see the end of the storm, hopefully in the horizon. So let's keep working together, and let's keep pulling through, and we're going to make it as a district. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Gourmilan. Mrs. Pelosiga, you're up next.
Good evening, community members, staff, my fellow board members. I won't be too long today, but just to echo my cohorts, thank you to CSEA and SYEA for your continued collaboration and support. I know this is not easy. I know this is it's a heavy lift for staff, for our cabinet, for our superintendent. And I know that you all have been the engine behind every single day of finding a resolution and safe and happy landing grounds for our relaunch. But I can see from our students that presented tonight that, you all have never stopped. COVID tried to come and take away our prosperity. It tried to come and interrupt our lives, and it certainly did. But all is not lost when you have educators that care, when you have community members that really, really care about the future of not just our county, but San Ysidro is a special place. It's a place that cannot be broken. It's a spirit that I've really come to love. I didn't grow up in San Ysidro, but I've lived here for 20 years, and my children are products of this amazing community. And there's something special about San Isidro. Its spirit is strong. Its desire to further its children and raise its children with strength and dignity and success is palpable. And I know that that's what's behind everything, even the things that are kind of hard to navigate through. Seeing all of our students tonight present was so beautiful. It really brought a lot of joy and warmth to my heart, because sometimes we get really caught up in the minutia of logistics and planning. And then when you see students that are so happy, they're just happy to be learning, they're happy to be functioning, they're happy to be supported by their teachers, by their principals. I mean, that just makes it all worth it. So onward and upward. I know that we're on our way to getting vaccinated. I know that I have mine coming up here this week. I'm just trying to find a day where I can have a whole day to feel the repercussions, because my husband and my son did get some flu-like symptoms. So I thought, well, I better not have anything to do the next day. So, but I appreciate all of those who have already gotten vaccinated. I'm right behind you. We're right behind you. But onward and upward. And that's all I had for today. So congratulations to everybody on forward movement, everybody that's had the courage to come back to the school site. And those that haven't, you know, it's understandable. You know, we understand. So onward and upward, and we will see you at the next board meeting.
Thank you, Mrs. Palasigue. Mr. Lopez, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a year ago tomorrow, we were having our last in-person board meeting, and we were at Smythe School. And there's something I remember about that meeting. Besides, we had a presentation that night about what could happen if the COVID outbreak got really serious. And then the next day we were all of a sudden closed. But I remember that evening because I had my son with me. I didn't have a babysitter that evening, so I had to take him. He did pretty well throughout the evening, but as the evening wore on, he got a little bit bored. And I remember from the dais watching him in Smythe's cafeteria, rolling around in the ground, and that seemed normal at the time. And boy, we've come a long way since then. And just like he's managed to get his way through it. We all have. This is something that didn't affect one person; it affected us all. And I thank our families, I thank our staff, our teachers, our administration for battling through and being here with us still tonight. I appreciate the President Martinez with his moment of silence, because we did lose people, and we have some people that are still ill, and we have people that will be ill going forward, and we can't lose sight of that even as things start to open back up and we start to get, you know, some sort of normalcy. Again, I look forward to those steps as we take them. Again, I'd like to reassure everybody that we're not rushing anything, and no amount of money will get us to do something we or our community are not ready to do. But I look forward to just improving not just our physical health, but our mental health as well as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lopez, and thank you all for the kind words and inspiring words. Actually, I'm going to go next, and I just want to first start with you know, the fact that, you know, we started this board meeting honoring all those who've lost their lives. Nearly 530,000 people have lost their lives because of COVID-19. And obviously, you know, safety for us has always been the priority and will continue to be the priority. So I just want to start by saying thank you to all of our staff who have throughout this year, and obviously before that, but during the pandemic, been heroes. You know, for our staff that distributes food every Wednesday, rain or shine. Today it was, well, I know this week it was raining. Yesterday it was raining a lot, and I know they were there doing it. So just thank you to them, to our admin team for collaborating with both unions to make sure we have a strong and effective reopening plan, to our IT team who actually sets this up. You know, I'm always mindful, even now with Zoom meetings, that obviously as board members, we just press a button and we're already in, but for our team members who take the time to set these meetings up, to organize the agendas, to publish them, every single person in our team who's done a fabulous job in keeping us up and going. Dr. Potter, thank you so much for your leadership. I know that we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, and I know we're going to get through it. And today was a good day too. President Biden signed the American Rescue Plan. $1.9 trillion. School districts will be receiving $130 billion. And our school district, and I'll let Marilyn actually talk about it when we have that opportunity, but we should be getting around $10 million. And it's $10 million for the safety, continue the safety of our students, and to ensure that they continue to have the best quality education as much as they can, given the circumstances that we're in right now. I know that we're going to be discussing a reopening plan today. One thing I do want to let everybody know that once we do decide that, the board meeting after, so in this case, it'll probably be in the April, I'm going to be at the district office to have board meetings there, just because I know that if we're asking our staff to go into work and I want to make sure we lead by example. So this will probably be my last board meeting at my house via Zoom. And hopefully, I know that there are certain laws and regulations as to how board meetings can be done, particularly with the amount of people in attendance and whatnot. But I'll be there, God's favor, next month, the April meeting at the DO, suit and tie. So I don't have a tie now, but I'll have a tie then. But other than that, I think I just want to say congratulations to everyone, and I have a lot of faith that we're going to get through this safely. And thank you, Dr. Potter, for your leadership. I can't say that enough. And that's it from my end. Dr. Potter, you're up.
Thank you so much, Mr. President and board members, for your kind words and encouraging words to our community and our family here in San Ysidro School District. I'll start by just saying a deep, sincere debt of gratitude to the County of San Diego and their health department, to VIBA and the partnership that they have with our County Office of Education. They all prioritized health equity. And because they put health equity first, our schools in our school district had the first access to the vaccines county-wide. And so we're so deeply grateful that a couple weeks ago, all 600 of our staff members within the last few weeks have had the opportunity to have the first appointment for vaccines, and that hopefully by the end of March, no later than the first week of April, that our 600 employees will have had the opportunity for the second vaccine. It was deeply touching to me thinking about the vaccine because, my own mother, we were being so very safe, she and I. And so from last March until this March, we hadn't hugged each other. And such a simple gesture of hugging your mom. So it was emotional because she had both of her vaccines. I've already had mine because of this partnership and because of our district and the county prioritizing vaccines to educators. And for the first time, I was able to hug my mother in over a year. And I found myself very teary-eyed. So I share this story with you because it brings a sense of hope to all of us, that those little things that we used to enjoy in life are slowly starting to return back to us. And so to be able to hug your parents, to hug your children, to hug your grandparents, once again, because the vaccine's here, to possibly have the opportunity for our children to be able to go back to school again. My own daughter, I know she needs to go back to school. And then there's my son, he loves it online, but all children are different. And to be able to take care of our families and our communities in this way. Just want to say thank you so much. Thank you for the leadership of our governing board, their courage, their warmth, their passion, and their heart for our community. I thank our staff deeply for your courage and resilience during this very difficult time. I'm so proud of our team, more than you could possibly know. And a special welcome this evening to a guest, surprise guest speaker, Dr. Howard Terrace, who's going to join Dr. Farkas and Cabinet in presenting, so that we can make sure he's from the UCSD School of Medicine and has been helping school districts to very safely reopen. So just thank you to everybody for taking good care of each other and taking good care of yourselves and taking good care of our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Dr. Potter, and thank you all. So we're gonna move to the conference session, which is number 12, reports and presentations. The first presentation is our phase 3 school reopening planning. And Dr. Farkas, I believe you're up.
Thank you, President Martinez. Good evening, San Ysidro Governing Board, Superintendent Potter, and all of the public listening and viewing out there tonight. This is a challenge because I guess I didn't realize that we had to follow the outstanding Californians. So this is a definite challenge. De La Hoya had boxing gloves on still, it looked like. So congratulations to all of our distinguished champions, including our VDM leaders. What I'd like to do tonight is take this presentation. It's a team presentation, and it is a comprehensive is the word I guess I'd use for this presentation. Comprehensive in the sense of some of the things we've done along the way, meeting some of the new data points, actions of just this week and the week before. So it all comes together tonight. Some of the slides will look familiar and some of the slides will be new. Like Dr. Potter mentioned, we have a special guest with us tonight, and he will be presenting in a few slides. So that'll be very educational for all of us to listen and learn from Dr. Howard Terrace of the UCSD School of Medicine. So again, comprehensive, educational, and I'd have to say proud, very proud of everything that goes with this presentation, all the actions that have been done on our school sites to make sure they're extremely safe and top notch, really, when you compare them to what we hear out there as far as safety measures. I'm really proud of the San Ysidro staff, classified staff especially, for getting things prepared at our school sites. So without further ado, I will move on to our first slide. And that is, again, what we just spoke about, the positive actions behind our vaccines and the VIBA program that really launched the opportunity for many of us to be vaccinated. I think I have, I'm 2 days in front of Mr. Gurmilan. I get mine on the 26th, my second one. So again, outstanding work by our HR department to register all of our employees. The first phase was the quartile 4 schools, and then we also had some quartile 3 schools and district office. That's where many of us actually scheduled our appointment. So 65,000 have been sent out as far as the county educators. 25,000 have successfully signed up through the appointment process. 18,000 have already received their first dose, and the bullet in pink is the most important one. All of our San Ysidro School District staff have had the opportunity to receive their first appointment, and that was between February 27th and March 8th. And many already have that second appointment scheduled, including myself, and we should all be vaccinated before April 2nd. So again, incredible speed. Thank you to VIBA, and thank you to our district teams for making that all possible. Next slide.
Thank you, I guess. I'm Howard Terrace, a pediatrician at UCSD, and I'm happy to meet everybody on the board and superintendent, and I wish I could see the audience, but I know you're out there. The vaccine is out, as you've just heard, and in the arms of many San Ysidro employees. This is going to save lives, not only the lives of those people who get the vaccine, but those of other people in their midst. The vaccine is very effective. Doesn't matter which one you received, whether it was Pfizer or Moderna or the new Johnson & Johnson vaccine. These vaccines will protect you from having serious illness in virtually every single case. And they will protect you from getting mild disease in anywhere from 80 to 90 or 95% of the time. So it is an excellent vaccine. It is very safe. It is certainly far safer as far as the percentage of people that will have side effects that are serious to any side effects you could get from the disease. And that is not just double or triple, it's multiple times. So it is an excellent vaccine for safety and for efficacy. Probably much more safe than anyone had predicted when we were creating these vaccines back 6-8 months ago. It will stop the pandemic. If you look at the flu, the Spanish flu in the late in the 1918, 1917, it was probably more than almost 4 years before that pandemic was able to simmer down. And we're going to shave 3 years off of that because of vaccination. It relies on everybody getting the vaccine who's eligible for it. Next slide. The district wanted you to have this list of websites because they are all from the California Department of Public Health, and they all have very valuable resources if you click onto these. It talks about the Safe School Plan, gives you evidence for why it is safe to get back to school, and some very, very good resources that link to the Centers for Disease Control and other very reputable resources. Next slide. So, is it safe to go back to school? And the answer is a resounding yes. Even before the vaccine was put in anyone's arm, there were many, many studies going around here in the US and also around the world as to was this disease being spread in schools. And if you look at the data and you look at those schools where there were transmission from staff to staff, from staff to student, from student to student, or student to staff, you look at all those transmissions and you wonder, are schools places where this is happening? In those schools where there were safety precautions being taken, there were less transmissions in school than there were if you were out in the community doing your regular stuff. So schools can be safer places as long as you're following the safety guidelines. Now, there are several reasons for this. One is that children probably have lower rates of infection compared to adults. They're not major sources of transmission, but they can be transmitters of the disease. But it is easy to put in safety factors that block that transmissions. What are those safety features that we found in schools that didn't transmit the infection versus those that did? The biggest single most important one was masks. Everyone wearing a mask, and that is critical. If you're not wearing a mask, you should be outdoors. And schools that followed that, the schools that had the higher mask wearing rates were, by and large, always the safest schools. The second most important thing is ventilation. This disease is not passed very easily by touch, the way the flu and colds are. It is passed by people coughing or sneezing, or breathing out droplets that fall within 6 feet. And more so, it's passed by just the air that we breathe that puts tiny aerosol floating particles into the air. They act like smoke, but it's invisible smoke. If you don't have the virus, it's just tiny water droplets that are invisible, and they eventually go away with time. If you do have the virus, then inside those water particles are the virus. And that is how it is spread. And so by having masks on, by keeping most of that aerosol on the inside of your mask, it never gets into the air. And the little bit that gets in the air, if it is handled by good ventilation systems, then it is almost impossible to get this disease. So those two things are the most important thing. Of course, we want people to wash their hands. We want people without symptoms to not come to school. That reduces the chances even more. And because there are people who do not have symptoms and are still breathing out those droplets with the virus in it, testing can keep them out. If you were to test everybody and symptom screen everybody, you may not even need masks or ventilation. But tests aren't perfect, and you can't test everyone, twice a day. You can only test them once every week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever. So that is why you need each of these mitigations, the masks and the ventilation and the testing and the symptom screening, to keep us safe. Any which one of those is not 100%, all of them together can be 100% effective. Next. Some people have asked, well, why is it that children don't seem to get the symptoms, or why don't they pass it as easily, or why do they get it less frequently? And no one knows for sure, but there are two major theories. One is that on the human cell, so the cells in your throat, in your nose, where the virus enters, it can only enter through a doorway. And that doorway is called an ACE2 receptor. And this particular virus enters through that doorway. And because children have fewer of those doorways, they have fewer ACE2 receptors, there is a smaller chance of them becoming infected. So that's one theory. The other one is that the COVID virus is a coronavirus. The coronavirus is something that all of us have had many, many times. We haven't had the COVID variety of coronavirus, but coronavirus is one of the most common causes of the common cold. And because children get many more colds as they build up their immunity, they are always fighting off coronaviruses. So it looks like their immunity when the COVID comes is already up and running and fighting a coronavirus. And so we're thinking that their immune system is a little bit better at fighting this off when it's first introduced into their system. So this is the result of the studies, and it has been determined that at any case rate, schools are safe to go as long as you're following those mitigating factors, those preventive measures. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So at this point, I'd like to thank Dr. Terrace for joining us and for educating us on these important slides and all this important content as we still learn more about the virus. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to spend this Thursday evening with us. Before we release you back to your busy schedule, Doctor, I would just like to ask the board if they have any questions for you before we lose you.
Dr. Terrace, so I'm going to open it up to each board member. So we'll start with Ms. Lopez.
I know that we've heard a lot of news, and sometimes you hear that the children aren't the ones that really are carriers or can get COVID, but then you hear the yes, and there's a lot of speculation on that. And I know that a lot of our families do not have the means actually, and still don't, even though the vaccination is out there. I know families that don't have a way and have not gotten assistance. And the day that I got my vaccination at one of the places, I noticed that there was a lot of elderly people that came and were told to go to the back of the line. And I thought, wait a minute, these people are older, they haven't had the shot, and they're asking for help. And I think that the system needs to change in some way. And I know that there's been lines for weeks at that same, when I pass by, I see it. There's long lines. I thought, when I saw it, I thought, oh no, this is wrong. And I told the ladies, I know it's not your fault. You're here to administer it. But I had the Pfizer, and they made me wait an hour and a half before because they didn't have the personnel to give the Pfizer to me. And there was 5 other people behind me and my husband. And I told them, why are we waiting so long? They said, because we don't have the personnel to give the shot. And I go, well, what are all these people getting shots in front of me? Oh, that's a Moderna. So I don't know, maybe they didn't have enough people, but I thought, well, wait a minute, if they're a nurse, don't they know how to give a shot? But anyway, that's not the thing that I'm looking at right now, what you're saying about children can come back to school. The other thing I think we need to look at is who's going to be monitoring those children if they are there to learn, to be helped by the teachers or by staff. And I think, okay, they won't always be able to wear the mask. And I know that's I know there's going to be a plan to help them go outside also. But I think, okay, it's a constant sanitizing their hands and making sure that they're not coughing or have a cold and they come to school. But I think that's why we have those measures at the beginning, at the entrance of the school. And I'm just kind of leery and thinking, hopefully that all of this does go through and it will. But I stop and think, how about those children that don't understand and don't want to wear a mask? I mean, there's other issues too, that maybe some parents don't want their kids to wear the mask. And I've heard some parents say that, and I thought, well, I can't argue with them. But
so let me answer those questions. Those are very good ones. I mean, first of all, yes, there are going to be a lot of immunized people at home. Yeah. These children are going to be going home, and there's, like you say, some elderly people that won't have received it for whatever reason. And that could make someone nervous about sending their child to school. And so I understand that. And that is why I think adherence to the guidelines at school is very important, so that these children do not, even though children are less likely to get this disease and less likely to pass it to others, you want more than just less likely. You want, it's not going to happen. That grandma at home is not going to get ill. I totally understand that. So what I have advised schools to do is that every principal should have assign either themselves or someone else to be a monitor, to just pop in at classrooms, pop in at PE, pop in where everyone's eating outdoors, pop in at the teacher's lounge at different times, different points of the day, and make sure that everyone is adhering to this. We are humans. We're always told, do this, do that. How many of us have walked out of the house and pretended it was 2018 and totally forgot our mask? And you go, oh my God, and you have to run back in. I mean, we're humans, things happen. Kids are kids. They run around, their shirts are untucked. It's logical that they're going to have their masks below their nose just from horsing around. So we are humans, and we need to be reminded and re-educated. It should be a friendly thing about this person that goes around and looks at things. It shouldn't be punitive. People make mistakes that are natural, and having this should be just an extra kind of check. That we have checklists that people can use if a principal wants to adopt this, but I think it helps maintain that safety that parents are counting on, particularly when they have some people at home that have not been vaccinated and can really not afford to get this disease. As far as parents who do not want their child to wear a mask, I think for those parents, it's very important that you choose the home option. But I will tell you that children with asthma can wear masks. Children with autism have been taught to wear masks. I've been speaking to the person who runs the autism clinic over at Rady Children's, and she is amazed. Sometimes it takes them a day, sometimes it takes them 3, 4, or 5 weeks, but they can be taught to do that. Yes, there are certain children who absolutely cannot do it because they have facial deformities, or because they orthopedically cannot remove the mask if it gets caught. Well, those children, we've got to educate them still, and we can do it one-on-one with a staff member in the classroom without other students there. We can do it outside of a classroom as long as it's outdoors. So there's ways to kind of provide those children who absolutely cannot learn to wear a mask to do so.
Okay, we're gonna move on to Mr. Gormilan. Do you have any questions for Dr. Howard?
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Just a really quick one. Dr. Torres, thank you so much for joining us and for providing all this insight. It's very, very great to hear the information. I just have maybe just ask for your estimate or how you see things. I know this is the 64. What is it? The $64,000 question.
Yeah.
By when do you see us returning to more of a normal life in terms of gathering and being able to go to school almost 100%?
Right. Well, okay, we do know that we're probably not going to get the vaccine into elementary school age children's arms probably until a year from now, until next January, February, something like that. But I am thinking that things could get back to normal perhaps earlier than that. And I haven't seen a lot of statements coming out from the CDC or Dr. Fauci, but I think that is what they're thinking about now. If we have most adults vaccinated, and if children aren't the ones who are getting very ill with this disease and they're not passing it as easily, it's not the flu, it's not the cold, where children are the drivers of this illness. Here, the children are not driving this particular virus. So if that is the case, my hope is that we may be able to start packing in classrooms up to full, 25, 30, no matter how many kids you have in your classrooms. Maybe we can do that in the fall. If we can show that this disease is causing no more sickness or death than the average flu. So if it's as or less dangerous than your average flu season, it could be that we can start living a normal life in that way. Now, I still think that until children are vaccinated, a lot of us are going to be asked to wear masks. Masks may be around for a much longer time, but I do think other aspects of our life perhaps can be far more normal earlier than later. And I'm listening for public health experts nationally and statewide to start really coming up with what parameters we're looking for. But that's what I'm hoping.
Okay, Mrs. Palasiga, you have any questions for Dr. Howard?
No questions for me, but thank you for being here just to speak scientifically. I know there's so much fear surrounding all of the minute details of this disease, so of this virus. So I really do appreciate having a medical professional on the call today. I'm actually surprised that we haven't done it up to now, but I guess it's just because everybody was hunkering down. But it is good to have these conversations at this juncture, I think. And hopefully this isn't the last one. I know as things continue to unfold and we have our case rates change, especially by county. I know that's it's a hot topic for our community, is seeing as we are so close to the border. And I do believe that does make us unique in comparison to the rest of the county. Again, not to minimize what the rest of the world is going through, but we have just some different challenges that I do wish there was some medical data besides that we just could arm ourselves with, that we could go to our officials, our county officials and city officials and just say, hey, this can't be ignored. You said a very, very pointed statement, which was, is it safe to return to school? And I know that, it might be scary for you to just outright say it, but, and it's a big question. It's a big question to be asked. And I'm sure you get asked it pretty frequently, but, and I know you said it earlier, but I don't know, I guess a part of me would like to hear it again is, in your opinion, is it safe to return to school under adherence to proper sanitizing, proper protocols, and proper precautions? That's what I want to know.
Yes, and I thank you for that. Case rates have been coming down everywhere, including San Ysidro, which is really nice to see. They may not stay down because of this new variant, the UK variant. Now everyone is calling it B117. It's the same virus, but just a little tweaked, so it's 50% more infectious. So I think, now that people are going to restaurants and bars and doing more, that it may go up. But unless that rise is incredibly steep, which I don't think it will be, the variant of this virus is passed in the exact same way as the original one. It's passed through big droplets and this aerosol that gets into the air indoors. And as long as we're protecting ourselves from that, it is going to be safe. United Kingdom, where that's where that virus variant started, they're reopening their schools, and that's the only variant that's going around there now. Israel is opening its schools, and the UK variant took off there. So I do think that despite the fact that case rates may no longer drop for the next few weeks, starting maybe April 1st, we just have to follow these guidelines, and we're going to be fine.
And I would just take that moment just to encourage everyone to, we really have to be really careful how we let our guard down, right? Because
correct.
That seems to be, like you said, everybody's going to bars and stuff, but just the really, especially the family get-togethers, I know that that's really, really difficult for people to do, harder for some than others. Some people live far from family and maybe it's not so difficult to have gatherings, but I think that we should still be very, very careful with it. I have an intergenerational household. My father-in-law lives with us, and we try to really minimize our outside interactions. but I just feel cautioned in the back of my mind as you're talking to just really be cautious about letting our guard down too quickly, too soon.
And I'm glad you said that, because when there's a danger in the community, the natural reaction for family is to be together. Let's get our family together. Let's get our extended family together. Things are bad, so let's huddle. It's such an immediate good reaction that has stood well with time for everything excepting COVID. For COVID as a virus, although it seems like it's the natural motherly, grandmotherly, etc. thing to do, it is actually the most dangerous thing to do. And so get together on Zoom, call. That is how families, extended families from different households should be getting together for some time to come.
And so by that token, and again, I don't mean to milk this topic, but by that principle, we're seeing a lot of things. We're seeing churches reopen. We're seeing different groupings where there's large number of people. And, at that point, it's despite what the advisories are, as a human being, we have to take accountability in protecting ourselves, and not just ourselves, but our community members, and say, even though it's allowed now, or even though it's becoming allowed, do I want to participate in this? Because there are some things that are desirable and optional, but then there's things like education where, that's necessity, in my opinion, and I would choose the latter, if I had to choose. But
correct. Just because something is legal doesn't make it safe. And, I was very upset to see that a court case was won and wrestling is going to be allowed. Well, San Ysidro is an elementary school, so there's no wrestling, but many of the families here have someone in high school, and they're going to be wrestling, right? And just because it's legal, let me tell you, you can't wear a mask, you're very close together, you're in a closed quarters. It is not a good idea. And like you say, church or singing, you need your mask, you need to stay far apart.
Thank you for your insight. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Palasiga. Mr. Lopez, do you have any questions for Mr. Howard?
Question. No question.
Okay. Just a couple of things from my end, Dr. Howard. Thank you again for being here and giving us this presentation. I don't have any questions for you, but I just have a couple of comments. So for me, the most important thing, I understand everything you just said about safety and how, in your opinion, kids will be safe at school. But I just want to remind, and I know you have the reminder anyway, that 92173 and 92154, the two zip codes that our school district has basically located at, it was one of the hardest hit zip codes in the county of San Diego. So I take a little bit of hesitation when you say that in November or in the fall we can pack in classrooms, because frankly that's not the message I want to send to the community, given that in San Ysidro alone 1 out of 10 had COVID. And I take that as really important to note, just because, I'd rather do it safely and slowly than just rush in. So just letting you know that's from my perspective. And I really appreciate you being here, but at least from my end of it, I just want to also note that we conducted a survey, and 60% of both students and parents still wanted to continue learning from home.
Right.
So I want to respect that. And I just also want to feel that we're not forcing anyone to go back to school when there are variants that could, for all intents and purposes, make things worse. I know you have your opinion on that, but I just want to, at least from my end, I'd rather be safe.
And your point is very, very well taken. And I'm not suggesting that we do pack classrooms, but I am saying that the public health guidelines and measures, it's just March now. It's another 6 months of September. I just have to hope to be optimistic that things could look different. But you're right, we need to watch it carefully, and we shouldn't jump to that conclusion quite yet.
And from that end, Dr. Howard, I just want to thank you for being here with us, and thank you for taking the time.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Nice meeting you all.
You too. Dr. Farkas, you're up.
Well, again, thank you very much to Dr. Terrace for spending the night sharing his knowledge with us. This next slide merges a lot of what Dr. Terrace has been talking about tonight, along with what we have in place at San Ysidro School District. I put a number 1 next to the first item because we've been speaking of this new opportunity, which is accepting as a community, as a state, and as a country, the acceptance of the three vaccine options. So the more, the better, the more frequent, the better. And again, thank you for the VIBA opportunity to get our staff, all of our staff, the opportunities for both appointments. Masks, obviously we heard a lot about masks, and we've been wearing masks since the pandemic began. Kudos to the San Ysidro employees and everyone out there for wearing your mask and keeping them on the mouth and nose. We're going to, and then the big one is the distancing. Also paying attention to our distancing and not having too close of an area when it comes to work or classrooms or anything that we're trying to organize. Mr. Acevedo is coming up in a minute, and he'll be able to break down many of these items that we have in place with some real great visuals that you'll get to see. And that's probably going to be the highlight of the presentation. So as you can see on the screen, these are all the things we have in place for safety measures, mitigation. The last two are testing based, and I'll get to the asymptomatic testing on slide 26 of this presentation. So we have a little ways to go. So next slide, please. This is my final slide before I pass it over to Mr. Acevedo. This is just some of the opportunities we've had to share and to train as we learn more about mitigation. There's a student-friendly video that's gone out, and it'll continue to stay out for our students that speaks to them as at their age level to teach them a little bit more. It's very short, but very informative and kid-friendly. We have also videos of procedures, and that's been out and will continue to stay out to share before any students come back to the campuses. The students in the distance support program from supported by the YMCA have already seen it and are doing a great job with their procedures. CDC mask wearing is a link that we sent out, how to properly use your mask and what mask you should be wearing, especially not just the basic t-shirt type mask, but real quality masks when you're working around others. And then, of course, the COVID-19 symptoms, what to look for. Our employees have done a fantastic job of screening symptoms before they even leave their homes, before they report to work. And then our COVID safety plan that's posted on our website entails all of this. And I want to thank everyone for the teamwork on building that together. The next slide will share our next speaker, and that's Mr. Acevedo, who's worked with his team at Maintenance, Operations, Transportation, and Facilities to organize everything you're going to see. So thank you, Mr. Acevedo, and your team. You have the mic.
Thank you, Dr. Farkas. So the number one priority of MOTF, the Maintenance, Operations, Transportation, and Facilities team, is to provide a safe environment for faculty, staff, and students to return back to campuses. We've been working on this for the past 8-10 months, and I'm just glad to be here to share what we've done. So these 3 photos here are showing how we are trying to just line up the children just to go into class or to go get scanned, their temperature scans within 6-foot social distancing, and just reminding the children to stay 6 feet apart. In the middle slide, you'll see a new sign that we just released to the district, which is to remind people to wear their face coverings and remind the children to wear their face coverings. The third picture here on your right, you'll notice we are doing the hallways, and this for all schools, in one direction. So we're trying to do that so we don't have children crossing by each other, just in case there is a student that is asymptomatic on campus. That's why you see that do not enter sign there. Next slide. So this is additional signage that we have around the campus and in all classrooms. Over here, you see the little kid the child washing their hands. That's in every elementary school class and in every single restroom, just teaching kids how to wash their hands. The CDC sign is in the middle schools to also as another reminder to wash your hands. And both signs are available in the classrooms in both English and Spanish. Throughout all the campuses, we also have how to properly wear your mask. And this is so in case children forget, or just as a reminder, how to properly wear your mask around campus. You know, clean your hands, cover your nose and mouth when you're doing it. Make sure that it's tight around your face. So when you're walking around campus, it's safe for everyone. You'll notice the sandwich board sign or the A-frame sign. And that we created when COVID was first, I guess, discovered, and we shut down the campuses. And this is just a COVID virus alert to let people know if you have any of these symptoms, please don't come on site. Then the new photo you see here on your right, which is the restrooms, we're actually trying to separate everybody by 6 feet in the restrooms and what's available and what's not available to use when student, even in the faculty restrooms, what they're able to use in those rooms. Next slide. So to help promote safety at the schools, first, especially student safety and health, we're installing bottle fillers at all campuses. So you'll notice the wall-mounted bottle filler that we see here, that the children just be able to go up, push the button, and fill the water bottles. And the new pedestal that's in place that has the same feature. What we've done is we've actually shut down the new water drinking fountains there, and just had the bottle fillers at this time to be able to work. When we'll call it life goes back to normal, we're turning everything back on. Next slide. For transportation needs, if and when we start transporting children, all buses have now been set up with proper signage inside, letting the kids know where they can sit on the bus. So everybody's has, I guess, proper distance away from each other, and they're 6 feet away from the driver. Next slide. All right, temperature screening. So when students come on site, they're going to be going through the Safe Checks temperature screening device. If a child or faculty member has a temperature of 101 or higher, this system will alarm. That student or staff member will go to a secondary holding area, allow a 5-minute cool down time before they go back and get temperature screened again. If at that time they pass temperature screening, we'll let them onto the campus. And the iPad devices you see there on your right, also same thing. When faculty shows up to campus, they take your temperature and it allows you on campus. Next slide. All right, like the doctor was mentioning about ventilation in the classrooms. I'm very proud to say that San Ysidro School District, we sat down and we installed the needlepoint bipolar ionization systems, or better known as everybody's calling out there, the GPS units, in every single classroom, or I'll call it every package unit out there. So this has been, I guess, it kills COVID by 99.4% within 30 minutes. And that's how long it takes, 15 to 30 minutes to exchange all the air in the classrooms, depending on the size of the units. Next slide. In all portables, we went ahead and ordered and installed air scrubbers. These air scrubbers have MERV 13 air filters and HEPA filters in these units here. And it takes about 30 minutes to exchange the air in the portable. And this also will help reduce the coronavirus in the classroom. And every single HVAC package unit that we currently have on our rooftops, we have installed MERV 13 air filters. And as you can see here, they're high efficient filters that can trap 95% of airborne particles. And it's good also to trap bacteria and viruses. Next slide. On some campuses, we are installing hand washing stations on the outside, especially the campuses that have the hand washing sink behind the teacher. So no one's in the teacher's zone as the teacher's teaching or they're there for the day. You'll notice some of the requirements here that are in place for having the gray water on site and dispose of the proper gray water. We will follow the sweeps program to make sure that we're properly discharging the gray water at all times. Next slide. In all classrooms, we have that we're able to wash hands. You have the soap here. You'll notice the waxy thing with soap, the dispenser there. And now we have the hand sanitizers in every single classroom. And it's properly identified as hand sanitizer on top in case OSHA comes on site. Next slide. All classrooms are 100% set up 6x6 squares. You notice there in the first picture, you see the A and the B. That's for cohort A. Cohort B, I don't know how we're going to bring the children back yet. Once the board and the cabinets decide how we're going to play with this, we'll figure it out a little bit better. But every single desk in San Ysidro has plexiglass on it. That includes teachers' desks, front desks. I mean, throughout the entire district. Next slide. As you can see here again, the front desk, the plexiglass that's in place, so we're protecting the staff from the from people who come on site. Next slide. All right, so daily disinfecting is done with the, you'll see there the 710 HP, which is a hydrogen peroxide based cleaner. This is something that San Ysidro has always been using. This is a product that San Ysidro's been using for over 5 years now. And as you can see, the COVID kill time for this product is 1 minute. So our goal is to have custodians go in there and wipe down the desks daily and wipe down chairs daily and assisting them with some of the maintenance staff to make sure that we have a safe environment for the children, for the staff, and for the faculty members on site. For deep disinfecting, that's where the Clorox 360 disinfectant system comes in. And that unit will go in there. In case there is a COVID case, we will spray that room 100% with the Clorox 360 total care system. Next slide. Oh, that's it for me. Dave, take it away.
So thank you, Mr. Acevedo. Thank you for your dedication, for your classified team's dedication and organization. And also thank you to our San Ysidro managers for all your support at our school sites to get these all in place. I think what we'll do is we'll just take a quick pause and ask Mr. Acevedo if we have any questions on his slides before I move on.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you again for all of this work. I know this has been ongoing since the first day, and actually since you came into your position. You really revamped and upgraded our just overall sanitizing and protocols and things of that nature. And I think some of your graphics that you created were adopted, I think, on it like by the state or I don't remember hearing about it, but I'll let Dr. Potter chime in on that later. I know you don't want to toot your own horn, but no, I know it's a collective effort and it took a whole team, but no, I really thank you for this. You can tell that the care for and the value of human life went into every detail. It's very apparent. So I do appreciate it, but I don't have any questions, but thank you again.
You're welcome.
Do we have any more questions for Mr. Acevedo? You know, I just want to echo Mrs. Palasiga's comments, Mr. Acevedo. I'm a huge fan of your work. You know, I've visited, I think 3 or 4 times the schools, and just very impressed with the dedication, the time you put in, and your professionalism. I mean, I honestly think that, and I'm going to brag, I'm thinking like, you're the best director of maintenance transportation, like your whole title in the entire state, because they did take everything you created and they're using that as a standard. So I just feel blessed to have you. And honestly, you know, based on what you've done, I have no doubt in my mind that our students and staff will be safe with all your precautions. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done. Very impressed, and just thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Farkas, I think we're good to go to move on.
Thank you, President Martinez. So we've seen this chart, and this is just a reflection of what we've been tracking. Actually, it's been tracked before January as we took a look at our case rates way back in November when we were looking at opening up for our blended model, postponing obviously through the spike through the winter of the case rates. So you can see we've added to the data and fortunately added to the decline that we're seeing. The key number is a county number because that's where all of this is based on when it comes to these tier numbers. And our last indication data point was 8.8 for the county, and that was this week. And then you can also see our zip codes we've been keeping our eye on as a community and seeing the decline as well. There's a few things to note here besides the county metric is the metric everyone uses to to set the tiers and to plan for reopening of our schools to bring our students back and our staffs back. 3 ways to reopen a school. One is that county mark of the red tier, which has been at 7 to 100,000 case rate. And as you can see, 8.8 is just slightly above that. We'll get to the adjustment on a slide coming up. The other way to open the school is to be below 25 to 100,000, which is the purple tier, and that gives you the opportunity to open just elementary schools for hybrid learning, and then a specialized cohorts for any age group above your elementary age groups. So that's the smaller groupings. And then finally, the purple tier itself, you can, at any time during the purple tier, you can open up for just the specialized cohorts. Those are those at-risk students in very small, of 25% of the enrollment. We obviously want to get back to normal as soon as possible and as safe as possible. So that is where this red tier is really the metric we're keeping an eye on. And it's been at 7 to 100,000 until recently, and I'll explain that to you. But right now, the county's at 8.8 and a steady decline, which is great to see. Next slide. So this is this is brand new. This is an updated tier metric. So the tier metric now is being updated based on vaccines, which is a great thing. The vaccines now statewide, the indicator is now, if we have 2 million doses administered to communities in that quartile 4, those are those high need communities with socioeconomically disadvantaged communities, and then some other metrics, of course, part of the Healthy Places Index. And we've had a few of our schools and areas qualify for quartile 4, which started the vaccine process for us. The good news is over 1.9 million have already been administered into those communities. So most likely tomorrow or the next day, we are going to, as a state, be able to adjust the tier metric of purple. So purple will no longer be above 7, it'll be above 10, which in this case, for our 8.8, it would technically be a red tier metric based on our state indicators. So in short, if we maintain this 8.8 or hopefully reduce this 8.8 underneath this 10 to 100,000, which it is, next week, that would become the red tier window. And under the red tier window, inside the red tier window, you have 21 days when you meet the red tier for your county to reopen up your schools and with the safety precautions in place. And that is for all students, which is a good thing. The red tier would possibly happen on March 16th. So that's next Tuesday. That's when we usually get the markers for the new case rates from the county. And that would reopen and would give us the extension of the window to open up schools for hybrid learning from March 17th all the way through April 6th. Next slide. And this is this brings the colors obviously to life here. And I placed underneath purple, and this is a familiar slide from our last presentation just a week ago. You can see the new threshold based on the vaccines set forth by the state. It would be purple would be greater than 10 and rather than greater than 7. And that you can see it's students in purple. You can open up your specialized cohorts and you can open up some hybrid grade levels. But if you shift over your eyes to the right, under red or orange or yellow, even better, anything under 10 to 100,000, again, we're at 8.8, so we're in a good spot and hopefully getting better. That will be the opportunity to open up for TK all the way to 8th grade. And that's good news, obviously, for the spring, and hopefully it'll continue that way. As long as we reopen within the 3-week window from the of the red tier, March 16th through April 5th. And then again, symptoms checking, or I'm sorry, asymptomatic testing. So basically your frequent testing on your campuses. If you open your schools under the purple tier, it has to be every 2 weeks. In the red tier, there's no requirement for testing, although we know how important testing is. So we are continuing to explore testing opportunities for asymptomatic testing on our school sites. Next slide. This one is probably the most detailed slide of the whole presentation. So I will try to buzz through this one quickly, but also effectively here. On February 22nd is where the California Department of Public Health spoke of the 21-day school reopening window, shifting from the purple to the red. So that is when the information came out that you have 3 weeks to reopen after the first date you're designated for the red tier. Most likely for us, crossing our fingers, March 16th, next Tuesday. And that window I just spoke of is till April 6th if it starts on March 16th. If it maintains, then that's even better. The district has requested an extension period because of spring break to see if it's a possibility that our window could be just slightly expanded so that we can start looking at more of an April 12th opportunity to come back to school in the red tier. Our cabinet is recommending that we start working on a phased reopening for that week, April 12th, if we can get permission instead of April 6th, so that we'd have a little more time after spring break to not to organize safety, because we're, like you saw from Mr. Acevedo, we're there on that one, feeling very comfortable and confident, but just organizing the whole preparation that our hardworking teachers need to do. Also communication with families and reorganizing any rosters and assignments for the students so they know when to report to school. Just all the preparation to reopen. Up to 100% of the students may be served in person for hybrid. It's offered to all students, even though we know based on our surveys that some students and families would rather just stay home and finish the school year online. We have about 40% that would love to come to school, even if it's for a short period of time, to be back with their teachers and their friends. SB 86, that's Senate Bill 86, very new, but we've been moving as a district to really understand it and implement what we can with it. And that is set forth by the timeline for reopening. And our schools must reopen by April 1st to receive these in-person significant incentive grants, funds. There's a spring break provision, and that means basically if your April 1st is on your spring break day, you don't have to open. And in our case, we do have April 1st as a spring break day. Our first day back won't be until after April 1st, so we wouldn't be penalized on that. And then if you don't open when your first day back from spring break happens, then every day is 1% of a deduction from your funding. School is considered reopened when the in-person instruction is offered to everyone at the grade level. And then finally, the grant that's Ms. Adrianzen has clarified would be for $1.47 million to our district to mitigate any learning loss and to also bring back students and to make sure we're funding the reopening of our schools. Next slide. Well, it looks familiar. I think we went the wrong way. Oh, thank you. Perfect. Okay, so this one here is based on testing I mentioned on slide 26. That was a few slides ago. And this is based on asymptomatic testing, remembering that under the red tier, we do not have to test at all, which is good in a way because it gives you flexibility to organize the very detailed testing process. But we know testing is part of those mitigation measures to keep everyone safe. So currently, our employees have done a fantastic job, whether it's a part-time employee working a few hours a week on site or our managers that are working every day on site, some of our hardworking classified, especially our office workers and our maintenance crews that are out there every day. They have done a great job of testing on the every 8-week cycle all the way back to the fall when we've been doing that. And they submit their proof of testing to myself. I log it and I just say, thank you all. Every once in a while, back in the fall and maybe in the winter, we would have one that was surprised with asymptomatic results. And that was not great, but at the same time kept everyone safe. So I want to thank everyone for taking the testing seriously and prompt. Students enrolled in our distance learning support program, supported by our YMCA personnel at 2 of our school sites, are Smythe and Sunset. And that's part of UCSD, their SYSD program, where they have ongoing testing by consent. Their parent has to consent that they can be tested. They do that every week. And also that's been going on for quite a while now. And then also there's a wastewater monitor that picks up the infection even before, it picks up the virus even before the nasal swabs do, which is fantastic. And then also the surface swabs, surface swab the areas like carpet and desktops. And that helps prevent the virus as well by acknowledging it early and having everyone test in that cohort. Next slide. Recently, I had the opportunity to be invited by the Coronado School District with incredible hospitality. They invited me and gave myself and our district nurse, Anita Gilchrist. We went and met down there, and we spent a little bit of time watching their program. And their testing program is called Binex Now. It's an asymptomatic process. It's very short process, and it also gives early results. So in order to qualify, we have to go through a few steps, not too invasive, but I've already applied for it through the enrollment phase. We've connected with our county doctor, Dr. Sayon. He's been incredibly helpful and helped guide us through this, at least the first steps. Today, I followed a training session. So I was trained today on qualifying. And now what we can do is move forward on kits that are part of the testing swab kits. And those are at no cost, which is unheard of. So that's great. And I want to thank Dr. Sayon and his team. And then also primary is the application process that assists with when you scan the result by the code, it is able to inform that person very quickly of their own results. So you don't have to manually connect with anyone. You can scan, and primary does the work through everyone's app on their phones. That's an option that we're investigating to make sure we can afford it. Is not a problem because it's only $1 a scan. So that's great news. And then also the consent forms are done a lot easier through electronic consent. But again, we can do it manually, and that's where we're prepared to do. So we can also start without the app process and just have it manually, which would be no cost except making sure we have enough of a team to facilitate the testing. And that's on our next slide. So let's go. And then if you do have a positive antigen test through this process, then you recommend the person gets a backup test that's called the PCR test. And that's where you go to a doctor or a drive-up site. But the antigen tests have proven to be very reliable. So very good. Thank you. Next slide. So the final steps basically after I finished the session today is to organize a hands-on session about an hour long. And that's where you get qualified or people interested, staff interested in helping with the process. And that is going to be March 17th. So I'm working with our CSEA team, our incredible leadership of CSEA, to organize a 1-hour training for those interested. We're not quite there communicating yet when it comes to where exactly, but obviously if it's hands-on in person, we'll have social distancing and we'll have it outside. And that'll be for people that are interested in helping with the hands-on testing of our antigen tests. Once we complete the training, we'll pass the quiz and we'll be ready for enrollment phase 2, which basically designates a lab number for us. And then everything happens from the county. Dr. Sayon's team guides us right through the rest and delivers the kits, and we move forward on that. Next slide. Staffing is minimal, fortunately, because we were worried it was going to be a larger process when we were first looking at the different options. Probably 5 to 8 people on a testing session, adults that would help with the testing. Not so much all 5 proctoring the actual test, but just helping with managing social distancing and lines and check-ins, that kind of thing. Coronado made it look easy with only a few people, so it really gave us some real good hope on this setup. And then about 2 stations for self-swabbing. No one really handles the swabs when it comes to self-swabbing. It's more about just the student or staff member using the swab in their nose and then placing it in an envelope. So it looks very safe, and I was happy to see that. And then we scan it, like I said, with an iPad, and it goes into the results. Yep, so that's pretty much it. These are just ideas. Obviously, Miss Anita and I are trying to lead the charge on this one, and we'll be looking for help from our staff as well. And then I mentioned the training, and the quiz. Next slide. The testing cadence, as we know with purple, we do have to test every 2 weeks based on the Senate bill, but in the red tier, we do not have to test. And for San Ysidro, we know it's important to test asymptomatic. So what we're trying to do is organize a monthly schedule, so we at least have some screening and testing going for people that might not realize they could be potentially asymptomatic. And then 6 sites would need accommodations for this rotating schedule, since I mentioned Sunset and Smythe already have an incredible pilot program going, so they wouldn't need the support for the spring. Next slide. Oh, this is Miss Gonzalez, our 4th speaker of the night, and she's going to bring it home for us. So thank you, Miss Cynthia Gonzalez, Executive Director of Educational Services.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Farkas. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and community.
Go, Mr. Farkas.
Oh.
You know what, Ms. Lopez? I forgot. I'm supposed to stop between speakers. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, because I saw the last slide you showed. It showed nurses and staff. Okay.
Yeah.
This is from Coronado, right?
Coronado had their lead nurses, anyone that was involved in the medical field that was working in their district. And they also had an athletic trainer that was organizing the scanning process. For us, it would be under our leadership of our district nurse, Ms. Gilchrist, along with any health professionals that we have on our sites, depending on what site we're testing. Obviously, our managers would assist in some way. And then also we're looking for other school personnel that are interested. We're working with CSEA still on figuring out exactly who and how, but that'll all come after we get a little closer after spring break, with the exception of next Wednesday's training. So I'm working with President Fernanda Rios on organizing how we can roll that out.
Because it also says here that it's 5 to 8 staff per testing session.
Yeah. So that's if we have a session, let's say in the morning when people are arriving, we would have about 5 people, maybe 6 staff members that would be organizing how we line people up and how we can move them through quickly, because it is a quick process, which is great. And then we move them on from there to their classes or to their job duties.
The other thing I'm looking at is, well, Coronado has a lot of money. And we are very not in the same situation.
You're right.
So that's another issue that we need to look at before we
Right.
go on and say, oh, we want it, we want to do it, because you're looking at whether it be classified or I don't know, if maybe confidential, maybe, or I don't know. I don't think certificate want it because they're going to want to be paid for it. I know that classified is going to want to be paid for it too. Do we have the money to be using it for that? I don't know. That's kind of like, because you're going to train them, and then you're going to let them, no, they're going to train other people. That's, I don't know.
You know what, Ms. Lopez, you credit Dr. Potter and other people sometimes for an eagle eye, but you saw it right there. That's exactly right. That was the first question we were looking at. How much does it cost? And when Dr. Sayon at the county said, I've got plenty of kits for you, so the testing kits that are supposed to be up to $55 are free for this program, I said, whoa, let me talk to Dr. Potter, because we might want to jump on this before we lose the opportunity. And then I found out a little more about Coronado. And then I found out the cost of this is very minimal. The staffing of it would be kind of piggybacking on those already on site. Of course, they would be compensated for extra work and for whatever we work out with the CSEA leadership. But overall, this is the best deal that's out there. And it's also run by a real credible organization. And Dr. Sayon's already been incredible for us as a county support. So this is, and again, this doesn't have to be, if it's not purple tier, we are not locked into doing this as much as often as we might with a cost program. So it's just that extra layer of mitigation that we could implement at our own pace, but still help. And we're also interested in continuing our staff testing like they've been testing as well. So costs should be very minimal.
Okay.
Great. Do we have any other questions for Dr. Farkas? Okay, hearing none. Cynthia, you're up.
Thank you. Okay, so I just brought back to you tonight some potential phase 3 instructional program options. We have been working on these options collaboratively, as all of you know. So I simplified the chart a little bit. We just have one chart tonight, and it's the last slide of the presentation, so we're almost home. So if we look at the Distance Learning Academy option, we know that in the survey that we did of our preschool through grade 8 families, that approximately 60% of our families still wanted for their students to remain in distance learning. So we would continue to run that option simultaneously with the other two options that I'll share with you as well. That again would be a Monday through Friday option. There would be no need for teachers to change for students. The loss of learning related to this option would just depend on the two hybrid models that the teacher chose to participate in. So if a teacher chose hybrid 1, which is the Friday model that I would get into in a moment, the students would lose approximately 3 hours of direct instruction with their teacher a week. However, if the teacher chose that hybrid option 2, which is the 2-day-a-week model, the students would not lose any direct instruction, because in that model, the teacher teaches both groups at the same time. And so there's no loss of instruction for students, whereas in the 1-day-a-week model, that is not the case. There is no teacher stipend associated with this model. So there is no estimated cost and no need for an additional funding source to continue with that distance learning model. If we go into the next two columns, you'll notice that they're both colored the same color. The reason for that is that the teachers would choose either option 1 or option 2. And again, all of these two columns are pending negotiations, which are currently ongoing. The hybrid option 1 model is a 1-day-a-week model. It again would serve our preschool through grade 8 students. Based on our surveys, we know that 40% of our families are interested in some in-person option for their children, and this would provide a potential option. So if the teacher was on that 1-day-a-week model, they would come into school to teach their group of students who came to school on that Friday. There's likely no need for a teacher change, but we do recognize that we may have to place a substitute teacher in the classroom with the on-campus students, while the teacher at home would be teaching via distance learning to the students in the classroom. So it wouldn't be a true substitute where there was no teacher involved, not their regular classroom teacher involved, but there would be some sub-support in the class for teachers who were teaching virtually. This would cause an approximate loss of 3 hours of direct instruction weekly, because the teacher in the classroom would not be teaching both groups simultaneously. The amount, there is a stipend that's currently pending negotiations. And then let me skip up to the other one, because kind of the money's all tied together here. Marilyn did one big estimate for us. So the second model is where the teacher has the option to teach 2 days a week on campus. This again would serve our preschool through grade 8 students to help support that desire for our families who at 40% indicated an interest in that in-person option. Right now, we're looking at that as a Tuesday, Thursday option, where the students and the teacher would come to school twice a week, potentially on Tuesday and Thursday. There's likely no need for students to change teachers in this option. And again, we may need to, in terms of staffing, place a credentialed substitute in the classroom while the teacher is teaching from home virtually to be able to staff this option. With this particular option, because the teacher would be managing both the distance learning and the in-person group at the same exact time, students would not lose any instructional time whatsoever with their teacher. They would have direct instruction, the same as if they continued in distance learning, all 5 days of the week for all of the time that we had previously planned. Again, this is there is a teacher stipend associated with this, and that amount is pending negotiations. Marilyn has estimated that the cost for those two hybrid options to be about $3 million because of these stipends, and the funding source for that is the grants the reopening grant and the federal stimulus ESSER number 2 grant. So any questions? I know I went a little fast and I know it's been a long presentation, so we're all probably a little tired, but I wanted to kind of go through it thoroughly just to make sure I hit all your concerns or questions.
Do you have any questions for Mrs. Monreal Gonzalez?
I think I'm clear. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Mr. Gurmilan, Mr. Lopez, Mrs. Lopez?
I'm good.
Okay. I think we all are good. I think from my end, Mrs. Monreal Gonzalez, just the main thing, obviously, that we have buy-in from our staff, really important, and then go from there. But other than that, great presentation.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next presentation, which is 12.2, 2021 certificates of participation in community facility districts, number 1, number 2, and number 3, presentation by Mr. Dale Scott.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Scott, you're up.
Thank you. Everybody hear me? Thumbs up?
Yes.
Good, thank you very much. I am going to go through this as quickly as possible because I know you have had a lot on your plate tonight. These are the certificates that we have been working for some time to refinance. These are going to have a number of resolutions on your agenda tonight coming at you, and I want to make sure you understand the context of this. So let's start out with slide 2. If I could move that forward, please. Thank you. The certificates that we're looking at refinancing were issued in 2012, about $10.4 million. And there's a couple key pieces here I want everybody to keep in mind as we walk forward on this. The first is down the 4th line where it says call provisions. Call provisions means that we're able to refinance it. That's what the call provision means. And note that we have the ability to refinance it, but not until September 1st, 2022, not for a year and a half from now, except we have special prepayment authority if we refinance it with the proceeds of a GEO bond, but you don't want to use your GEO bond, or we refinance it with the proceeds of what is called a CFD, a Community Facilities District Bond. So keep that in mind. We'll come back to that, it'll be important. The second is that remember that even though these certificates, and you have a number of them outstanding, even though they are repaid primarily by the revenues from those CFD districts, there is also a district pledge to pay those if the revenues aren't sufficient. So keep that in mind. We want to avoid that. So let's look at slide 3. What slide 3 represents is the current status, and I think you've seen this before. The gray bars are the debt service on the 2012, 2015, and 2016 COPs. The red line is the projected amount of revenues coming in from the CFDs. And you can see a couple problems here if you look just briefly at it. One is in the earlier years, you have a lot more money coming in than you need to pay off that debt service. In the middle years, you don't have enough. It's going down below and it's causing the district to have to pay those debt services. As you can see, it drops below 100%. And then back in the later years, again, you have more money than necessary to pay off that debt. So this is the problem that we're trying to solve. One other piece of the puzzle on slide 4 is that interest rates have become very attractive. And so we want to make sure we can get this done as quickly as possible. This is an index of AAA bonds. You're not AAA, but it's a good indicator of where rates are. And you can see where they have gone over the last 10 years, all the way up. These are a tax-exempt bonds, similar to what you're going to be selling, all the way at a 3.5%, whereas today they have been hovering between 3/4 and 1%. Now that's not going to be your rates. They're going to be a little bit higher than that, but you can see the relative factors. So that's why we don't want to wait for a year and a half and get this done. So what this transaction is going to implement, you can see on the next slide, on slide 5, is we're going to change that debt service and refinance it at the same time. And so the structure will look more like this. You can see we've brought down the amount of revenues. Well, we've increased the amount of debt service in the earlier years so that some of that excess revenue is being used. We've made it in the middle years, so it's not going to require the district to make those payments. And then we've stretched it out a little bit, so we've made sure we've kept those revenues being used in the later years. But remember that these bonds can only be, these certificates can only be refunded with CFD bonds. And that was what's been the difficult part. And this is why you're going to have so many resolutions in front of you tonight. So I want to go over that briefly, how that works on slide 6. What is going to happen in this transaction is that the district is going to be selling 2021 COPs. The investors, the green is going to be the cash flow. The investors will buy those COPs. And with those investors' funds, the district will then buy the CFD's issuance of 2011 special tax bonds. So remember, we can't call these unless we use CFD bonds, and that's what we're producing here. So then when those CFD bonds are purchased by the COPs, that money will then be used to prepay the 2012 COPs and to put more money into the project fund for you to use for additional facilities. I know that's kind of looks like a Rubik's Cube or something, but that's this ability to make that maze work and get us down to that prepayment. The results you can see on slide 7. We're still working out whether we can get insurance for these bonds or not. We're pretty confident we can. If we can, if you go all the way down to the bottom, you can see that in the yellow highlight, that's going to provide an additional $5 million of project funding for the district, in addition to getting rid of the covenants we talked about. If we can't get that insurance, that's going to drop to $4 million. It's still a great deal, but it'll be, I think we'd all agree that $5 million is better than $4 million. So that's where we're going to hope to be. I think I've summed up everything I need to. There's a few other slides here that I think we don't really need to dwell on about timetable and whatnot. If the board takes this action tonight in passing these resolutions, we're anticipating that we'll have this completed by the middle of April and that the funds will be available for district use at that time. So that was a quick run through of what is coming at you tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions or go over any of the previous slides.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Do we have any questions for Mr. Scott?
I'm good to go. Thank you so much. Good seeing you again, Mr. Scott.
Mr. Lopez, Mrs. Lopez, Mr. Gurmilan?
No questions for me. Thank you, Mr. Scott. I read your book, so I got all of this.
Okay. Special chapter.
Just to thank you, Mr. Scott. Always presentations, always very clear and understandable. Thank you.
Thank you.
And agreed from my end. I agree with all my colleagues, Mr. Scott. Good job. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Scott. We're gonna, in that case, we're gonna move on to our next presentation, which is 12.3, 2020-2021 second interim financial report. And Mrs. Adrianson is going to be giving that presentation. You're up, Marilyn.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Board President, Mr. Martinez, members of the board, Dr. Potter, and community. Tonight, the business department will present the 2021 second interim financial report, which is from July 1st, 2020 through January 31st, 2021. I am so happy to report that we are filing a positive budget certification due to the one-time state and federal stimulus funds. Woohoo!
Good job, Marilyn. Thank you.
Yay. Oh, I'm sorry. This should say second interim budget assumptions. So for second interim, we are using the following planning factors. The first row, most importantly, the LCFF COLA. So for this year, for 2021, it stayed at 0%. But for 21-22, it is a compounded a COLA of 3.84%, and then in 22-23, 1.28%. But the 22-23, that's still an estimate. We will know more when at May revise and when the governor adopts the state budget as well. That could change. And we have the other factors, STRS and PERS rates. As you can see, they are starting to increase again, especially with the PERS rate. Next year, 23%, and then 22-23, 26.30%. Lottery rates stayed the same from first interim, and mandated block grants pretty much similar as first interim. And then we are required to set aside 3% for routine restricted maintenance, and that's for maintaining our buildings, our facilities, landscaping, and things like that. Total general fund revenues at second interim is estimated at $65.7 million. As you can see, LCFF is estimated at $46.3 million. Federal revenues about $12 million, and that's all your title programs, Title 1, 2, 3, and 4. Other state revenues, $3.9 million. And also in the federal revenues, that's where our CARES and ESSER 1 reside. And then we have our state revenues of 3.9. State revenues, special ed sits there, and some other state revenues. And then we have our local revenue of 3.6 million. And what resides there is RDA funds, our redevelopment funds, ACEs, our after school program. General fund expenditures at second interim estimated at $64.5 million. Total general fund expenditures, salary and benefits costs make up about 80% of the general fund. The remaining 20% is budgeted for materials and supplies, utilities, contracts, and other operating services. Much like the revenue budget, the expenditure budget also includes CARES and ESSER one-time expenses. So on this slide is our 2021 multi-year projections. So the first column, our projected beginning fund balance of $1.3 million under the first column here for 2021. And then you add in the projected revenue of $65.7 million. You subtract the projected expense of $64.5 million. And then you have an increase to our fund balance of $1.2 million.
Marilyn, I have a quick question on this.
Yes.
Does this include the funds that the one-time funds that we were receiving with the American Rescue Plan that was just signed today?
No, it does not, because it was not included in the state and county guidance and the common message. Normally, the state and the county Office of Education provides a guidance letter along with a common message. So it did not meet that the deadline for the letter because it was just approved today.
So, well, with this being positive, we definitely will be positive with the extra 10 million that we'll be getting, right, Marilyn?
Yes, most definitely. They have not released the allowable uses for the American Rescue Plan, just because it was just released today. There are some requirements for a set aside for required reserve for learning loss. And what did they say exactly? Let me just pull it up real quick. Here. The learning loss. Yeah, we have to set aside. Sorry. Okay, just give me a minute. A 20% reserve, at least 20% of ESSER number 3, that's what they're calling the American Rescue Plan for learning loss mitigation measures, such as expanded learning programs and summer school. So that's about 2.1 million set aside of a $10.2 million allocation to the district.
Great.
And it's not
Thanks, Marilyn.
included here. What's included in this multi-year are CARES Act funds and ESSER number 1 for 2021, and in 21-22 ESSER number 2. So that's what it's included, but they are one time, so you can see the revenue line, projected revenue line decreasing along the columns because we have to remove them. They become a funding cliff. So we are certifying positive, as you can see. But this third year out, where it says net increase, decrease in fund balance, you will start to see deficit spending in 22-23 of $1.2 million. What's also built into this budget in 21-22 is the 21-22 board approved spending budget reduction plan. So that was roughly $1 million, 1.2 million. And that's why the 22-23 deficit spending amount was slightly decreased by that amount. So here is the board approved estimated revised budget reduction plan, $1 to $2 million. So I was able to build in this budget reduction plan into the 21-22 column. These are the top financial issues for this current year, the COVID-19 recession. Because of the 0% COLA, that was a reduction to our LCFF of $5.2 million. We will experience cash deferrals in the current year of $8 million. And the way we will borrow from our temporary transfer of funds, known as a TTF, and that's borrowing from our future property taxes, which we will need to pay back in April, the first week in April. We are also we'll also interfund borrow as well from other funds in the district. We anticipate projected declining enrollment next year of 100 students, and that's about $1 million. And in the current year for preschool, there was a decline of enrollment of 97 students of $500,000. We project contribution to the cafeteria fund, child nutrition, anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000, and project contribution to special education, a range of $6.4 million to $6.7 million. We will experience 2 funding cliffs, CARES and ESSER 1, one-time funding. Funding cliff beginning in 21-22, $6.3 million. So that's why you saw in that one row where projected revenues is starting to decline. And then in ESSER 2, one-time funding, a funding cliff beginning in fiscal year 22-23 of $4.6 million. So as mentioned in the previous presentation, we anticipate or projected reopening grants. The first one is the in-person instruction grant. It's estimated for our district $1.47 million. Must offer in-person instruction to students by April 1st. But there's no penalty for spring break. So we did mention a start date or in-person start date of April 5th or April 12th. I think that's, and then this allocation will be reduced by 1% for each day of instruction between April 1st and May 15th. The first alloc distribution will be in May 2021, so long as we met these requirements. And then a second distribution in August. The grant expiration date is August 31st of 2022. And the district by June 1st of 2021 must report to CDE on when they reopen for in-person instruction. And this certification will impact funds received in August. So if we, for some reason we don't offer in-person instruction, then these funds will go away. We must, it says, must offer in-person instruction by May 15th. So the second grant for reopening, expanded learning opportunities grant, and this is estimated at 4.2 million, but 85% of these funds must be used for activities provided in person. Also in addition, 15% of these funds may be used for activities provided remotely or for activities or preparing for in-person instruction. So that 15%. So that's where that's about $600,000 for activities for in-person instruction out of this grant. Same allocation distribution, May and August, and grant expires on August 31st, 2022. And here is our budget development timeline. So we are in March. I think the first one is not happening, the possible layoff, certificated layoff resolution part 2. And tonight we are presenting the 2021 second interim budget report. In April, possible classified layoff resolution part 1, and then the final certificated layoff notice and the 1920 district audit report. We are working through finalizing the audit report as we speak. And then in May, we have the LCAP annual review and the May revise, governor's May revise. And then in June, we have public hearings for 21-22 proposed budget and LCAP. We anticipate bringing back the revised board policy 3100 for the reserves. And hopefully we will have an LCAP DBAC board presentation. And then in July, 21-22 budget adoption. And do you have any questions?
Thank you, Marilyn. Do we have any questions for Mrs. Adrianson?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
No questions. Just thanks as always for all the work you do, Marilyn. Ms. Adrianson, I should say.
Thank you.
Congratulations on the positive budget. I know it's been a while since it's been positive, so this is great. And let's continue working on that trend.
Yeah.
No question for me. Thank you, Ms. Adrianson.
Thank you.
Mrs. Lopez?
She on mute?
I think she might be.
There I am. No, I know that Marilyn's done a great job, and I wish for her to continue. Moneda, Mula, which we need. And I know it's not easy. It's been hard for you. And I just am grateful that you've been able to do that with Dr. Potter, with the rest of the staff, and bringing up to light and letting us know exactly what's on paper and what really we have available and for now and the future. And just thank you. Thank you for everything that you do, the hard work, I know.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Lopez.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I concur with all the comments made tonight, Mrs. Adrianson. You're wonderful. Thank you for being steady, steady and to the point. I think that it's a long time coming. I'm glad we're finally positive, and I know we're going to stay that way. So thank you, Mrs.
Yes.
Adrianson, for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Okay, and on that note, looking at the agenda, we're on 13, which is general administration. So we're going to go on to 13.1 minutes. Do I have a motion from the board to approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of February 11th, 2021, and the minutes of the special board meeting on February 24th, 2021?
Make the motion.
Okay. We have a motion by Mrs. Palasiga, a second by Mrs. Lopez. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.1. Board member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board member Humberto Gumilan.
Aye.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
And board president Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.2, which is phase 3 instructional programs, reopening timeline. And I'm going to do a first in this one. As a president, I'm going to make the motion to authorize the launch of phase 3 hybrid learning programs and expanded special ed cohorts. And I'm going to scratch April 5th, and I'm going to just leave it as April 12th only. And that's, of course, depending on state guidelines for reopening schools, financial resources, and staffing availability. So I've made that motion. Do we have a second?
I make the second.
Thank you, Mrs. Lopez. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.2, board member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board member Humberto Gumilan.
Aye.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board president Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. Okay, we're going to move on to 13.3, updated COVID-19 safety plan. Do I have a motion to adopt the San Ysidro School District updated COVID-19 safety plan?
So moved.
Motion.
Okay, I heard Mr. Gurmilan first and Mrs. Lopez second. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.3, board member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board member Humberto Gumilan.
Aye.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board president Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.4, which is resolution number 2021-0028, Cesar Chavez Day. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Palasigue. Doctor, any discussion on this? Great. Hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.4, board member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board member Humberto Gumilan.
Aye.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board president Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.5, which is the first reading and adoption of revised administrative regulation 0430, comprehensive local plan for special education. Do we have a motion to approve the action item?
I'll
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Palasigue. Any discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.5. Board member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board member Humberto Gumilan.
Aye.
Board clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board vice president Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board president Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.6, first reading and adoption of new and revised administrative regulation and Exhibit 1000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
So move.
Well, second.
Motion by Mr. Gurmilan, second by Mrs. Palacigue. Do we have any discussion? Dr. Potter, I have one question. I don't know if this is the one that's actually changes the social media protocol for board members. Is that the, okay. So that's a different one. Okay. So in that case.
Yes, Mr. President, that would be 13.11.
Okay, perfect. In that case, no questions from my end. Can you please lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.6. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palacigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
And Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. 13.7, first reading and adoption of new and revised board policies, administrative regulations, and Exhibit 3000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Palacigue. Any discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.7. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palacigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
And Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.8, first reading and adoption of new and revised board policies, administrative regulations, and Exhibits 4000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Palacigue. Any discussion?
A lot of these, can I ask just,
Mrs. Lopez.
we're being guided also by the California Board, California
Boards
Board
Association.
Organization, right? Yeah, they're just being brought up to date because they changed so much. Okay, that's all. That's all I want.
Yes, Mrs. Lopez, the California School Boards Association sends us updated board policies about every 3 months, and we're required to update them on an annual basis. So we try to not do them all in 1 year, once at a time. So we've been doing them every 3 to 4 months.
Okay.
Great. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.8, Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palacigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.9, reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and Exhibits 5000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
So move.
Okay, motion by Mr. Gurmilan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Palacigue. Discussion? Okay. Hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.9, Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Yes.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palacigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.10. First reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and Exhibits 6000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
I make the motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mr. Gurmilan. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.10, Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palacigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.11, first reading and adoption of revised board bylaws and exhibit 9,000 series. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution? To approve the action item?
So moved.
It's seconded.
Motion by Mrs. Pelosigue, second by Mrs. Lopez. Do we have any discussion? Dr. Potter?
Is this the agenda item, Mr. President, that you had a question on?
Yeah, no, I just to clarify, because I know that part of the process of updating this is knowing the rules for board members. And I just wanted, I know you mentioned, just to provide clarity on what this would mean now if we vote on this in basically activity for not just us, but all board members in general on social media.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, because of the wide presence nowadays of social media in terms of platforms such as Facebook and Twitter, and I don't know all the names, Mr. President. They didn't exist for me when I was younger. So, but anyway, in the nutshell, what the state has determined in their new education codes is to recommend that for any governing board, whether it's a school district or even like a city council, that these social media platforms now also are subject to Brown Act type regulations in terms of meetings. And so while board members from any of these public agencies may be able to friend and follow other board members, the ability to respond could end up inadvertently causing kind of a violation. So unfortunately, even the fun emojis that I see my husband using sometimes on Facebook, I see these things like a thumbs up and things. Unfortunately, those are no longer kind of allowed. So it's kind of basic rule of thumb: follow, friend and follow and watch and read, but not respond.
So just to clarify, your husband can continue to like all of our posts, because I know he likes mine all the time, but I can't like Mr. Gurmilan's post, and then Mrs. Lopez likes Mr. Gurmilan's post, because that would be 3 board members.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Sanchez, do you want to clarify?
Yeah, sure.
And is this related to specifically district-related business?
Yes. So on district-related business, and it actually, President Martinez, I'm glad you asked it, because it actually goes further than what the Brown Act law goes now. For example, 2 board members now that aren't a quorum could have a conversation or discussion about something as long as the 3rd board member is not involved. In this law, if you like something that Mr. Gourmilan, just one board member, that he wrote about the school district that was related to your district business, just one other board member, then that would be allegedly a violation of this new rule. So it's actually a little stricter even with regards to the social media. So I think the bottom line and the best practice is, with regards to your fellow board members, is that you really should stay away from having these types of conversations about anything that could possibly be related to district business. And that would include liking, hearting, any of those other little emojis amongst each other.
Wow. Okay.
Well, I have to tell you how much I support Mr. Gurmilan's foundation. So I'm gonna, Mr. Gurmilan, I support your foundation 100%. I just won't like it just because they're not letting me. So in this case, I guess, would you say a rule of thumb, Joey, would it be for board members not to like at least in our board, not to like each other's posts?
That would probably be my recommendation. Okay. I mean, of course, like pictures of relatives and kids and things like that, that's one thing. But if it's related to district business, then, or even can be remotely related to district business, you stay away. But your policy is probably the best policy, which is not to like anyone. And you can always come to the board meetings and tell, at the board meeting and do what you just did and tell them there. Okay.
I want to like Mr. Lopez's tacos when he posts.
I resign.
All right. Well, in that
for taking
case,
that question,
any
Mr.
other discussion before we vote on this? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.11, Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.12, Resolution 2021-0021 of the Board of Education of the San Ysidro School District authorizing the execution and delivery of the San Ysidro Elementary School District 2021 certificates of participation and aggregate principal amount, to not exceed $16,500,000, authorizing the distribution of an official statement in connection therewith and authorizing the execution of various documents and related actions. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution?
Make the motion.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lopez, second. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Mrs. Palasigue. Do we have any discussion? I know we still have District Bond Counsel here in case we do have any questions related to that. Okay, I'm not hearing any questions. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.12. I forgot to say thank you, Mr. President. Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.13, School District acting as the legislative body of Community Facilities, District Number 1 of the San Ysidro School District, authorizing the execution and delivery of a pledge agreement amendment and taking certain other actions in connection therewith. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Palasigue, second by Mrs. Lopez. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.13, Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.14, Resolution 2020-0023 of the Board of Education of the San Ysidro School District acting as a legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 2 of the San Ysidro School District, authorizing the execution and delivery of a pledge agreement amendment and taking certain other actions in connection therewith. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
Second.
A motion by Mr. Gurmilan, second by Mrs. Palasigue. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a, oh, do we have any discussion? Got ahead of myself. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.14, Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Yes.
I tried to roll the R. Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.15, Resolution number 2020-0024 of the Board of Education of the San Ysidro School District acting as a legislative body of Community Facilities District Number 3 of the San Ysidro School District, authorizing, I believe we have authorizing twice there, but authorizing the issuance of special tax bonds and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith. Do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
So move.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gurmilan, second by Mrs. Palasigue. The only thing, obviously, I think there's a typo in that resolution, or in the action item with 2 authorizing. So obviously omitting 1 authorizing, and that sounds kind of strange. But do we have any discussion related to that? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.15. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
And Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.16, second interim financial report for 2020-2021 fiscal year. Do we have a motion to approve the report?
I make the motion.
Great.
I'll second.
Okay. Second by Mr. Gumilan. Motion made by Mrs. Lopez. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.16. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.17, AB 1200 and collective bargaining memorandum of understanding with the San Ysidro Education Association. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
I make a motion.
A second.
Motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Palasigue. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.17. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.18, AB 1200 and collective bargaining memorandum of understanding with the Classified School Employee Association. Do we have a motion to approve the action item?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Palasigue, second by Mr. Gurmilan. Do we have any discussion? Okay, hearing none, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.18. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.19, AB 1200 and the collective bargaining memorandum of understanding with the California School Employees Association, CSEA. Do we have a motion to approve the action item?
Make the motion.
I'll second it, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Gurmilan. So we have a motion by Mrs. Lopez, a second by Mr. Gurmilan. Any discussion? I don't have any discussion, but I just want to thank whoever is guiding this agenda. I think it might be Miguel, because I can easily get confused, and he's helping me with guiding me with that. So thank you, whoever's doing the movement with the agenda on the screen. It's really helping out, because you can get lost with all these action items. And hearing that, other than that, Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. And it is Miguel behind the scenes there.
All right.
Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.19. Board Member Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan.
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Palasigue.
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. Okay, we're going to move on to 13.20, AB 1200 and amendment number 1 to the collective bargaining memorandum of understanding with the San Ysidro Education Association, SYEA. Do we have a motion to approve the action item?
Motion.
Okay, motion by Miss. Okay, a motion by Mrs. Lopez. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mrs. Palasigue. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.20. Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Pelisigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. We're going to move on to 13.21, which is AB 1200 and the Memorandum of Understanding with Certificated Management. Do I have a motion to approve the action item?
So moved.
Okay, I heard Mr. Gurmilan. I heard
Yeah.
Mrs. Lopez's second. So any discussion? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item 13.21. Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Pelisigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. And just for clarification for the next action item, 13.22, we have tabled it, which leads us to 14, which is the consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There'll be no discussion of these items prior to the consideration of the motion, unless a board member or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I make the motion.
We have a second.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Lopez, second by Mrs. Pelisigue. Do we have any removals or discussion related to the consent calendar? No pools? Okay, hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item number 14. Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Pelisigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. And that's going to lead us to number 15, which is adjournment. I do want to remind everyone that we do have a corporations meeting after this regular board meeting. And on that note, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn this regular board meeting at 8:59 p.m.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
Motion by Mrs. Pelisigue, second by Mr. Gurmilan. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Dr. Potter, can you lead us in a roll call vote to adjourn this regular board meeting?
Thank you, Mr. President. Calling for the roll call vote for agenda item number 15. Board Member Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Humberto Gurmilan,
Aye.
Board Clerk Rosalia Pelisigue,
Yes.
Board Vice President Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
and Board President Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
Mr. President, the vote passes 5-0 for adjournment.
Thank you, Dr. Potter. And we're adjourning at 8:59 p.m. And on that note, I know that Marilyn's going to lead us with the next meeting.
Oh, let's see.
And in this case, it's Mr. Gurmilan who's the president. So you're on, President.
Thank you, Mr. President, in the regular meeting. Thank you, everybody. And I have just want to make sure I have the correct one real quick. And March 11th. Okay. I, Humberto Gurmilan, the president of the San Ysidro Schools School District, San Ysidro Schools Public Financing Corporation, call this meeting to order at 9:01. I would like to ask that the board of directors mute their devices at this time. The board of directors and the public shall participate in this meeting via the teleconference. The public may view this meeting via the YouTube link provided in the agenda. Members of the public are welcome to record this meeting using their own personal devices. The San Isidro School District will also make an audio recording available upon request to the district's office. Prior to roll call, I would like to make clear for the record of this meeting, and it should be reflected in the minutes, that this meeting is conducted pursuant to Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-29-20. To listen to this meeting in Spanish, please call 1-414-909-3640 and enter the access code 897-832-423#. Para escuchar esta junta en español, por favor, llame al 1414-909-3640 y marque el código de acceso 897-832-423 y el signo del gato. That moves us on to item number 2 in tonight's special corporation meeting agenda, which is roll call. I will now ask Ms. Marilyn Adrianson, Chief Business Official, to conduct roll call for us, please.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President Gurmilan. I will now conduct the roll call. Mrs. Palasigue.
Yes, present.
Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Present.
Mr. Rudy Lopez.
Here.
Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
And Mr. Humberto Gurmilan.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. Everybody is here. I will now ask a couple of questions to each of our board members. Board member trustee Palasigue, can you hear me well?
I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of tonight's agenda?
Yes.
Thank you, trustee Palasigue. Ms. Lopez, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
And do you have a copy of tonight's agenda?
Yes, I do, President.
Thank you. Mr. Lopez, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
I could.
And do you have a copy of tonight's agenda?
I do.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Martinez, Vice President Martinez, can you hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Were you able to hear our proceedings on this end until now?
Yes.
Thank you. And do you have a copy of tonight's agenda?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. That moves us on to item number 3 in tonight's agenda. Item number 3 is approval of the agenda. I will now ask each board member if they have any corrections, additions to the agenda. For this item, actually, first, I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of tonight's agenda.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
So with a motion by Mr. Martinez and a second by trustee Palasigue, are there any changes to tonight's agenda? Hearing none, I also have no corrections and no changes. I will ask Ms. Adrianson to please do a roll call vote for us to approve tonight's agenda.
I will now conduct the roll call vote for agenda item number 3. Mrs. Palasigue.
Yes.
Mrs. Irene Lopez.
Yes.
Mr. Rudy Lopez.
Aye.
Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Yes.
And Mr. Gurmilan.
Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. The vote passes. The agenda is approved by the vote of 5-0. So that moves us on to flag salute. So if you guys, or I'm sorry, if please the board and everybody in attendance would mute the microphone for a second, I will lead us in tonight's flag salute for tonight's meeting. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. That moves us on to item number 5, which is public comments. Members of the public who wish to address the corporation's board of directors and or comment on topics included in tonight's agenda are invited to submit comments via email through the following email address: publiccomment@sysdschools.org on or before Thursday, March 11, 2021 by 3 p.m. All comments submitted will be read aloud during this meeting. Please note that all email correspondence related to this meeting will become part of the board minutes. Public wanting to address the board of directors telephonically may submit a public comment request at the link provided in the agenda on or before today at 3 p.m. So I'll ask if we have any public comments on tonight's agenda.
Hello, Mr. President. There are no public comments at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mata. So that concludes our item number 5. We're moving on to item number 6, which is to approve the minutes of the San Ysidro Schools Public Financing Corporation of July 16th, 2020, a previous meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of July 16th, 2020?
Make the motion.
Ms. Palasiga with
I'll second that.
motion. And Martinez seconds. Any comment? Hearing none, I'll ask Ms. Adrianson to please conduct a roll call vote for approval of the minutes of July 16, 2020.
I will now conduct a roll call vote for agenda item number 6, minutes. Mrs. Palasigue,
Yes.
Mrs. Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Mr. Antonio Martinez,
Yes.
and Mr. Gurmilan.
Aye.
Oh, the motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. That moves us on to item number 7, which is an information item only, and it says resolutions for 2021 certificates of participation. So resolution number 20-20/0021, authorizing the execution of the delivery of the San Ysidro Elementary School District 2021 certificates of participation in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $60,500,000, authorizing the distribution of an official statement in connection therewith, and authorizing the execution of various documents and related actions, approved 3/11/21. So it includes, should I read all the bullet points? And I'll ask Mr. Whalen. Or
good evening, Mr. President. Mr. Whalen can't make it. I'm here in his stead.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Glyer. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Yes, good to see you all again. To answer your question, no, you don't need to read them all off. I think they're clearly set forth there in the agenda that you're looking at. I don't know, Ms. Adrianson, did you want to do a lead-in, or shall I just start?
You can proceed.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Glyer.
Glyer. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I can go item by item, but these are just the 4 resolutions that were adopted at the prior meeting. So I thought Mr. Scott's presentation was concise but accurate and complete. So unless anyone wants me to go item by item and go into each individual resolution, I think that you can probably rely on Mr. Scott's presentation for a pretty clear understanding of the transaction. The only thing I would say is that the 4 resolutions that are listed there in item 7 were resos adopted by the school district in each of its 3 CFDs. In item number 8, which is next on the agenda, you'll see that there's a resolution to be adopted by the corporation. This is simply because the structure that we're utilizing requires the involvement of the financing corporation. So once that resolution gets adopted, then you'll have authority to proceed with the refinancing of those 2012 certificates of participation. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Are there any questions from the board?
Not from my end.
No, thank you, Mr. Glyer.
All right.
Not for me either.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glyer, and thank you, Adrianson, and thank you, everybody. So that moves us on to item number 8, which is a resolution of the Board of Directors of the San Ysidro Schools Public Financing Corporation, authorizing the execution by the corporation of various documents with respect to the San Ysidro School District 2021 certificates of participation in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $16,500,000 and authorizing related actions in connection therewith. So do I have a motion to approve?
I make the motion.
I'll second.
So Ms. Lopez moves and Ms. Palasiga seconds. Do I have any comments? Do we have any questions? Hearing none, I will ask Ms. Adrianson to please conduct a roll call vote.
Yes, I will now conduct a roll call vote for agenda item 8, starting with Mrs. Palasigue,
Yes.
Mrs. Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Mr. Antonio Martinez,
Yes.
and Mr. Gurmilan.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Adrianson. And that moves us on to item number 9, which is adjournment of this special corporation regular meeting. I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Nobody wants to leave?
Make the motion, sorry.
Ms. Palasiga moves,
Second.
and
I'll
Mr.
second that.
Martinez seconds.
I guess we're just used to it. Let's just stay here.
So again, Ms. Palasiga moves, Mr. Martinez seconds. Any discussion? I would suspect no. Ms. Adrianson, could you lead us in a roll call vote, please?
Yes, for agenda item number 9, adjournment at 9:12 p.m. Starting with Mrs. Palasigue,
Yes.
Mrs. Irene Lopez,
Yes.
Mr. Rudy Lopez,
Aye.
Mr. Antonio Martinez,
Yes.
and Mr. Gumilan.
Aye.
The motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ms. Adrianson. Thank you, everybody. I was rusty.
We're good.
It's been a while. All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Have a good
you.
evening. Thank you, Mr. Glauer.
Thank
you,
everybody.
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Good night,
Thank you.
everyone.
Good night,
Good
everyone.
night.
Thank you.